Yo, 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 yo. Yo, happy 4th of July. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you, Crunt. Hey, Flying Hat. I'm trying something experimental today. If it doesn't work, it'll be fine. You guys will be able to tell me quickly. I'll fix it. No biggie, okay? I promise. And if it does work, well, I guess that'd be cool. I don't know. Maybe. I feel like I somehow made it a little darker in this room, though. I don't really know how I pulled that off, but it'll be okay. Hey, Justifiable Chaos. Hello, hello. Happy America Freedom Day. Yeah. Here's what I'm thinking. I did that Stukov mission yesterday, right? Do I warm up with something else today? Who's got the fireworks? Is it Minsk? I know what to do. We can do the Minsk 4th of July build. There you go. We just the endless bombs, right? That seems like the play. Let's do it. I'm down. We'll do the Void Thrash one so we can just kill it really quickly. Yeah. Explosive fireworks out of control. It is, it's like when you live in America, though, I think something that people don't know, even though the fireworks thing is such a big deal, I think a lot of people are not necessarily aware that there's actually they're like banned everywhere. Like fireworks, big fireworks of all kinds are just straight up not allowed in city limits
you, Emperor? Me?
at all, right?
If you can't
And yet,
leave it,
as anybody that lives in America will tell you, that does not stop anybody. It does not stop anyone.
They won't hold out much longer. I need you to take out
Somebody
those
was saying
Void
that
Thrashers
maybe
before
we
they
could
destroy
just
what's
lower
left
the
of
unit
fortress.
response sounds, the voices. So we'll drop those down to 50% with the music.
my dominion, right or
That way it's a
wrong.
little more in line.
There's one of them now. The Thrasher's gonna pop out of that rift real soon.
This is the home front now. Not another drip. I could get a lot. Guess I'm on your my dominion, right or wrong.
All
I
right.
could get a lot for this.
Yeah,
Who
so
would I
please let me
This
know
is
if the
home
in-game
front
video
now.
looks weird or super laggy or jittery. I discovered that
I'm
I
no
discovered a couple
traitor.
of things this
Guess
week
I'm on
that I
your
did
knee.
not expect to.
We're the
I say this
higher
week, it's
authority.
Tuesday. It feels like it's Saturday though. I don't know. It's so weird.
If you
4th
can't
of
leave
July
it,
should
love
never
it.
be on a Tuesday. I'm just gonna say it. I know that might be a hot take. Maybe I'm going to prison for the rest of my life for saying something like
I'm no
that.
traitor.
But like, it just shouldn't
Guess
be.
I'm on your list.
Audio's real nice
This-
now. Yeah, so my goals were, I did get some feedback.
If you can't leave it,
I
love
really
it.
am actually looking for feedback on stuff in a serious way. But I did get some feedback on the
We're
YouTube
the
uploads
higher
in the last
authority.
week that the game sound and everything is just really, really quiet, especially when I'm
My
not
dominion,
talking.
right or
And I
wrong.
realized that that's why the videos where I talk less are obviously performing worse,
Who
because
I-
honestly,
this
it's
is the
kind of
home
boring
front
when there's just no
now.
sound, right? Now, I am watching through this stuff and I am looking
Empire's
for that
right
feedback
behind
because
you.
I don't know if some people
Not another
prefer a more
drill.
narrative focused thing, but maybe
I'm complying
maybe
with
it's
my
not that
dominion,
easy to just talk
right
that
or
much
wrong.
if there's not that much to say. So I'd rather fix the audio. I'd rather fix that up so that the moments where I'm not speaking are a little bit less
no
dull.
traitor.
That way everybody can just continue to enjoy themselves while I
Yes,
can
I'm on
actually
it.
focus on playing the game. So
Looking for direction.
getting that cleaned up was a big one, and
We're the higher
today should
authority.
be
is
the
coming
first
for
day
us.
where we
Templar,
can
ready
make some
your
very good
blades.
progress with that.
Resisting
So
us today. Is that you, Emperor?
but yeah, that's really all there is to say. That's really all there is to say.
My dominion, right or wrong.
So the sound should be better now, and there's a few other things that I'm working on. But I changed today. I because I can play on Windows again. There is a more up-to-date version of the software that I use to send my video feed over the network.
Today, right or wrong.
So I use NDI to send the gameplay from the gaming PC to the streaming PC. And the only way that you can use NDI on Linux is through OBS. So the Open Broadcaster software has a plugin for NDI. That's actually the only way that you can use it on Linux at all. And this obviously isn't really like a problem per se. It's just more so. It's more so like.
I expect
Yeah. Anyway,
casualties.
they have certain features that aren't supported by OBS NDI's plugin. That's really what I'm getting at. So the plugin works great, but it's kind of a legacy version of the software because nobody maintains it, nobody's really paid to maintain it, etc., etc. But what I guess the point that I'm trying to get at very, very slowly is that since I'm using Windows again, I can. Yeah, since I'm using Windows again, I can actually set it up so that I have a different way to send the video. I can use some of their more modern advanced stuff. So originally it was sending like 300 megabits per second across the LAN from PC to PC so that it could get everything loaded up, you know? And that was obviously not it's a lot of data to send. There's other network traffic. It uses a lot of processing on everything. But the more up-to-date version of their driver, if I use their software instead of OBS, which I can only do on Windows, I can use the AV1 chip on my graphics card to send it over instead. So now system performance is like, so now it has even less of a performance hit, and it's only sending about 30 megabits per second across the network because it's like HEVC or AV1 instead of H.264. So it makes it nice. Makes it nice.
Upgrade ready.
Yeah, we guess we gotta get in the bunker.
Await recruitment. Weapon more rapidness.
There we go. I think the move here is you inspire the workers, right, for the bonus stuff.
Some bad guys closing in on your army.
And once we take that midsection, then we just start going in on it. I think that's the play.
I'm no trick. Me? Sure. Empire's right behind me.
And then I think the fusion core has an upgrade for the Imperial guys, right? Yep, there we go.
Hey, I'm not expendable. This is the home front now. Who'd I piss off?
I am activating emergency shields.
Me? Guess I'm
Now that our Earth Splitter ordinance is complete,
We're the higher
we may
authority.
conduct a
Friends are in a bit
contemplated
of a
strike.
Upgrade complete.
Empire's right behind me.
And now we can just blow them up. See this? I feel like this is close enough to fireworks, right? Right? I mean, we're kind of there. Maybe we're not completely there, but we're like sort of kind of maybe there in a way, spiritually. We're there in spirit.
This is the home front now.
We're there in spirit.
Upgrade complete.
My dominion.
Our adversaries intend to eliminate us. Templar, greet them in kind.
All right, let's see if I can get him with the toxic. Nope, just completely missed. Nice. Oh no, there you go. Never mind, we got him.
Clear out some thrashers. Ha
This is the home front now.
Allies are in battle.
Can't leave it. Love it. My dominion. Right or wrong. We're the higher authority. This is the home front now.
Where are my little duders?
My dominion. If you can't leave it, love it.
These guys all definitely shoot faster if you spam the command. I'm like, I don't think I'm crazy with that. I don't think that makes me crazy to suggest that.
Ready yourself. We must ensure its survival.
Void Thrasher slain.
Under attack.
This is the home front now. We're the higher authority.
Ah! More rifts! Thrashers can't be far behind. Get ready to torch them, would you?
Looking for direction. Who's resisting
Forces
us
are
today?
under attack.
Any rig?
The enemy's taking fire at your forces.
If you can't leave it, love it.
There you go.
Empire's right behind me.
Yeah, Mengsk is OP. He's crazy powerful, man. He's crazy powerful.
As ordered.
Detecting enemy forces. Templar, prepare to intercept.
Oh yeah, on the other side of things too, the way that this tool works is it just sends the whole screen over NDI. So you know I gotta do that thing where I don't try not to dox myself, but
Your base is getting blasted.
resource usage wise should be tremendously lower overall in the setup.
My dominion. Right
Here
over.
come the Thrashers, Commanders. Let's light them up.
This is the home front now.
Those
Empire's
attack
right
waves.
behind me.
Those attack waves are not easy to deal with.
Take up.
Allies are in battle.
I'm like, we've got a lot of ordnance, so
Void Thrasher neutralized.
Here comes the throne.
there you go.
Bad guys, your allies being attacked.
Taking some serious heat
Sometimes I
here.
forget my
Void
infantry
Thrashers
upgrades
ain't
affect the Zerg units that you spawn when you play as
Fortified at the
Mengsk.
first opportunity.
Hey, the
That always
fortress
ends
is
up getting me.
under attack.
Yo, Mike Sixers.
Cannot allow it to fall.
Yeah, I started playing on Windows again because I
A Void
accidentally
Thrasher's
fixed the
death
mouse
has been
bug.
confirmed.
I accidentally fixed the mouse bug that I was having. It is definitely one of the most insane revelations of my IT computer history of all time. It is a legitimately, truly fascinating bug that is really only possible thanks to the absolute code dumpster fire that Windows is.
Thought that thing would put up more of a fight.
No, I mean, we blew it up. We blew it up from afar.
Love it.
What can I say? You see how much faster they spawn when I spam the commands, by the way?
Moves against
Do you
us.
see that?
We will meet them head on.
No, it feels like they reload and shoot much faster when I shift queue it like that. I don't know why. I don't know why, but they
None
do.
will escape the area of impact.
My warriors could not hold it.
All right, let's just drop men. Let's just drop the men with guns in.
Base is under siege. Forces are
There's your objective, Commanders. Show those Thrashers who's boss.
We'll turn them all into the super soldiers.
We're the higher.
When they land on the guns, they'll just be like, "Oh wow, there's just guns here. Interesting."
Enter show only 3 Void Thrashers
Uh-oh.
left.
People love the
There you go. I can just call down 3 bunkers of units.
Hey, I'm not expendable. Empire's right behind me.
upgrade ready. North.
Empire's right behind me.
2 Thrashers left. Let's show them how to take
There
them.
you go.
Right.
Beautiful.
Headed into the red zone.
Fortress is under fire. If anyone wants to go and kill a Void Thrasher, I'd be much obliged.
I mean, when I do it like that, they're actually shooting twice in this at the same time somehow, which shouldn't be possible either.
That seems bad.
Look at me. Look at my little robo
Templar will see
zerglings.
to its protection.
Oh, they grow
The
up
light
so
of Ire
fast.
shines on us this day.
The light of Ire shines on us this
Pin
day.
replay up on the wall.
You know what? I'll take that. I will take that. That's not bad. You'd love to hear extra tidbits about that funky bug? All right, all right. Well, you know what? It's a million times easier for me to show you stuff now. So let me try to do this without doxing myself, if that's at all possible, okay? All right, let me show you let me show you something absolutely insane. Okay, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? The bane of my existence. So you see how this says a custom scaling factor is set? So if you go to Windows, you can go to System, Display. You'll see stuff like your brightness, nightlight, HDR, scale, etc. Now on scaling, what I discovered is that if you go to if you leave this blank, it does not actually mean that Windows is running no scaling on your computer. Why? God only knows. You probably just have to ask Jesus in the afterlife about that one. But if you click on scale, you can set a custom scaling amount. So you can make it whatever percentage you want. And what I discovered is that to stop Windows from scaling your display and making your mouse skip pixels, you have to go to custom scaling and enter 100%. I know. Oh, I know. That's how you fix it. You can do this on Windows 10. You can do this on any of those Windows releases in like the last 10 years, basically. But Windows just tries to scale stuff even when you don't ask it to, and it breaks a lot of things. So you can get it. The whole mouse bug is caused by your mouse skipping pixels, because Windows changes your DPI. It changes your mouse so that it's no longer one-to-one with the screen when you turn on resolution scaling. Now, if you use resolution scaling of any kind, then Windows does make your mouse skip pixels. So the takeaway here is that you can completely solve this issue by simply manually setting a custom display scaling ratio of 100%. Oh, someone's popping off. I just heard a firework outside. Yeah. I see in Windows 10, let Windows try to fix apps so they're not blurry. So Windows will try to scale stuff automatically. Windows will try to scale stuff automatically. Now, if you play high resolution, if you have a high resolution screen like 4K, if you use a high resolution screen, then that's going to cause issues. Yeah, you use 125% for your 1440p. Now, I have not been able, through any settings at all, been able to fix that bug. The only thing that ever stopped it was this, and I fixed it in the last like 5 days on accident because I could not believe that this would work. It was like unfathomable. Now here's something else I'm going to tell you, Bradigan, because I know I want to be able to read stuff too, right? So there's a text size option, and this does not affect the scaling. This just affects text that gets rendered. Doesn't seem like it's trying to scale by default in 1440. Well, I think the other thing to keep in mind is that you probably don't know about this bug, or you probably haven't experienced it because you don't do the thing that causes it. This is a very specific bug that happens for a very specific reason at a very specific moment. But if you don't use the middle click drag scroll to move your camera around, you would never, ever, 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 and I mean ever, have experienced it. You would literally have never experienced this bug unless you use the middle mouse button. That's the middle button to move your camera. That's how I move my camera. I push this button down and I drag my mouse around. And if you don't do that, you would never have had that. Yeah, I've done the override scaling settings compatibility. I've done everything. I've done set it to system enhanced, set it to application controlled scaling. I've lowered my resolution. I've tried to do so many different things. What I've realized is that Windows is always trying to mess with your shit. That's it. Windows is just always trying to mess with your shit. And just because you may not feel it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. And that's the other thing too. Just because you may not experience it, or you don't think you do, does not mean that it's never happened to you. I actually thought that I was bad at the game because my camera control was so terrible. If you asked me, if you went back in time 5 years and you said, Nate, what's like your weakest point of your game? I'd be like, my camera work is just sloppy. I feel like my camera is just all over the place. It's something that I've talked about hundreds of times over the years. And it took me like a eureka moment to realize that actually wasn't my fault. And then it took me like a year to find out that Linux doesn't have the bug. And And then it took me another, I don't know, I guess it took me what, 8 months since I've been using Linux to play StarCraft. It took me 8 months to realize that it was something I could fix in a different way. But yeah, you can still set text size. There is still a separate slider for text size in Windows, so that you can still do that, and that doesn't affect it. Yeah. Yeah. But that bug, League of Legends actually had to put out a manual fix for it. They put out a hard-coded patch in their game last year because this bug keeps getting reintroduced by, I guess, by all the updates they constantly throw at Windows. So if you have mouse accuracy issues, if you use the mouse accuracy tester, if you use the mouse accuracy tester guy ever, and you see that your mouse is not one-to-one with the pixels on your screen, you should try setting your Windows display scaling to 100% as a custom display scale. Does Windows Update cause the issue to reset? No. Updating your graphics driver, anything that would reset your display settings might. So if you use something like NVIDIA DDU, if you use like display driver uninstaller, that usually clears your settings. So then maybe you might have to reset it again. But for example, just for full clarity, I did this before I updated, but I did just update to the new preview build of Windows 11. So my operating system basically did a full upgrade with a Windows.old folder that was 30 gigs. So I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the 22H2 update is like a full system upgrade. I did that after this fix and it stayed on. So you're probably safe to update your computer once you set this up. It seems to be a set and forget thing. And you wouldn't normally run into, again, you probably wouldn't be thinking about using display scaling unless you have a 4K screen, or if you're using like 1440p on a laptop or a smaller monitor. But I think if you have like a 27-inch screen, 1440p, you probably don't need scaling. If you use 1080p, I don't think there really is any scaling by default for 1080p because Windows is designed to run with 1080p as its native resolution. So it's an issue that is interesting because you would think that you could avoid it by never enabling scaling. But the first time I ever plugged my 4K monitor into Windows, it automatically scaled it because it detected a 4K monitor. All I did was turn that off, and then I had the bug forever. So if you're going to use a 4K display and play anything that you need 100% mouse precision for, if you need your mouse input to be accurate, then I would strongly suggest doing that. I don't even know if my mouse was like skipping pixels while I was playing COD, and maybe that messed with my aim, but it skipped a lot. And now when I run a tracer, it's like, it's perfect. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's absolutely weird. Windows is like, yeah, we're going to make apps look bigger for you because your display is a high res. And then they're like, what they don't tell you is we're going to change the sensitivity of your mouse too. Like, Stella. I don't know. I got nothing. You guys can see I reinstalled Resident Evil Village. Capcom's doing a big sale on Steam. Actually, you guys want to see something fun? I'm going to show you some fun stuff. We're gonna have one of these kinds of streams today. This is my favorite folder. I've been using artificial intelligence tools to make transparent versions of all of these pictures. You see the Locust, he's still got a little stuff under him, but that picture is just there for no reason. You see I got little transparents. I got little transparent versions of everything. It's pretty cool, huh? I just use one of those like websites. You just upload the picture and use the AI to like drag the slider and it gets rid of the background, and then I just save the PNG. And these pictures are so low resolution that I can just do it the free plans on all those sites just let me run it forever. So I'm building a catalog of transparent assets. It's for all the stuff that I'm building for the YouTube. I've got some arrows. I've got an X, but there's a shadow behind it. I've got my generic thumbnails. You know, for when I want to just throw something on there. Like I got some dumb faces I took the other day. Yeah, I haven't busted all of those out yet. So, and then all the completed ones are here. This was 100% the best performing video, probably purely off of this alone. I mean, it is a perfect thumbnail. It is a perfect thumbnail. Let's face it. You don't really get much better than that. I don't think I have anything else to show. This is Plaguebird's character in Outlast Trials. He looks like Steve Buscemi coming off of a bender. He just looks so sad in photographs. I absolutely love her when he smiles. He's got, you know, he's just got a face that says pain. He's got a face that says pain. He's got a face that says, you know, this is a guy that bought Bitcoin at $69,000. You know, he YOLO'd in. He took out a second line of credit, mortgaged his kidneys and his house and his children, and now he's in Squid Games basically. It's not really Squid Games Outlast Trials, but I mean it's like kind of close enough. Modern machine learning tools are so godly for jobs like these. Yeah, you know, I've never been like super great with GIMP or whatever. I like spending my time making stuff. That's what I do. But the editing and all of that has always been my weakest point. But these tools make it so that I can make some pretty high quality assets so that I can streamline it for myself. So now I don't have to go Google and see if somebody ever made a transparent image, or I have to open it up in Photoshop and try to slice the entire thing out pixel by pixel. Like, I don't have to do that. I just put it in a website, boom, it's transparent, awesome. Put it on back of a US flag, got a thumbnail for today, you know? And what does that allow me to do? Like, could I put in the time to know how to make that stuff completely on my own? Like, what would I stand to gain, right? Would I just brag about being able to do it and delay my stream by another hour, 2 hours? I don't know. I'm happy to be here and talk about it instead of be working on it by myself. C'est la vie. That's kind of weird. It's kind of weird stuff I think about. That's my spare time. Let's play some games, huh? I did get some replays to cast as well today. I got the Korean Star League matches from this past Friday, so I'm thinking we'll play a couple of games. If things get boring or not super amazing, then you know we'll figure it out. We'll get there. I'm not really worried about it. But oh, I forgot to put one of the letters in my email address. My bad. Are you gonna let me log in? No. Is that it? The police got me. What if I reload the login page? Will that fix it? Yeah, look at me. I'm a god. Oh no, the button's gone. Okay, how about this? We log into US. I got this. We log into US and then we switch servers. New PB lore just dropped. There you go. New Plaguebird lore. Exactly. See, they tried to stop me from logging in, but they weren't capable of it. They weren't capable. They didn't have what it takes. Unenhanced, please. Do you have a photo of you with your hand on your chin like you were thinking? Well, here's the other thing. Before we get into the first game, then here's what I'm gonna say. So when I think about the ways that I can leverage this technology to do more interesting and cool things, one side of it is that it's really easy for me. What I did to get all of those ones was I just took literally just a bunch of selfies in my bathroom, and then I just ran them through the background remover, and it just made them basically perfect. So I could run some enhancements, some visual upscaling kind of stuff if I really want to do that. But the other side of it too is that these tools have the ability to take a landscape with a centerpiece and it can remove things, right? So you can do like reverse painting, so to speak. So I have so many photos from all of these places around the world that I've been in my life, and I own the rights to them because I took them, and I can use them for whatever I want. So one of my plans that on one of these days where I just have a few hours to work on stuff, one of the things that I want to do, and I've already used some for some of the thumbnails, I took the desert landscape for some of the thumbnails in the last month out of my engagement photos, because we were out in the desert and it was just a beautiful landscape, and I'm like, well, I want to use a picture of a pretty desert vista that nobody can sue me for. So boom, you know, I just cropped out like a corner of the image and I just got a beautiful thumbnail background. So eventually I want to do that with all of the, because I have a lot of very good, very good cinematographic, I want to say cinematic, but also like really good photographic. So I'm going to say cinematographic shots of like, yeah, places all over Korea, Europe, China, all the places I've been. So it can be like a kind of cool way to work that stuff back in. And then the other nice thing is that there's a bajillion pictures that have been taken of me over the years, and I can just cut myself out of those. So that's nice too. Sorry if you heard a little fart sound there while I went to sip my water. I drink like a child. All right. I'm back on my no chat account today because I'm not dealing with anybody's BS. Let's build some BCs. Let's drop a nuke on someone. Let's do what we've got to do. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Trying to think about the other name I want to use for my account though. If I'm not going to play on Nathanias, what I would do. Oh yeah, so Capcom's running a sale on Steam. A bunch of their stuff is on discount. Hi, I'm a Capcom partner. I get support from them and free games from them and stuff. Just clarifying that for anybody curious. So I am technically in a way a Capcom shill, but if it makes you feel better, I had to apply and pass a test to become one because I wanted to be one. So you can take that as you will. I'm a really big fan of Resident Evil, if you've ever heard of that game. I'm a really big fan of Resident Evil. So anyway, if you want to check out Resident Evil, it's on sale. All Resident Evil games are on sale on Steam right now. So I'm just letting you know that. I don't get a cut. Nobody's paying me to say this. I'm not even required to tell you stuff like that. I'm just saying it because Resident Evil is awesome. And if you've never played any of those games, you should check them out. They're mature rated, by the way. Zombies, people eating each other, all that jazz. I did raise my drag sensitivity, and now I have to get used to it again. Now that it's not jumping, I'm like, oh, I can actually optimize it now. Devil May Cry 5 is really cheap. There you go. Another great Capcom title. I've never played Devil May Cry, but I've heard amazing things. You want to get it, but the DLC list scares you. Devil May Cry 5 was a huge love letter to fans of the game, of the franchise. And I know that they had a lot of DLC because one of the things that Capcom does is you can unlock everything in the game, just to be clear. You can unlock pretty much everything in their games. But one thing that Capcom does is they offer the option for people to like buy stuff in the game if you aren't good enough or you don't feel like playing through the whole thing. So you'll see a lot of DLC on the games, and not all of them are actually like real or necessarily necessary. But as an example, they don't usually release these until a few months after the games come out. But even Resident Evil 4, you can just buy the in-game exclusive upgrade tickets if you want. So if you wanted to start the game and immediately be able to just max upgrade your weapon, no matter what, like you just have that permanently as a part of your save file, you can pay $3 for that privilege. Now, you can also unlock those tickets in the game, and it's not a PvP game in any way, so, you know, whether you think that that's a morally right thing for someone to do or not, maybe you're just not good enough at the game to beat it on the hardest difficulty, and you don't think you'll ever unlock it, you know? So they ended up releasing stuff like that, so that might be some of the DLC there. I will say Devil May Cry 5, I know that one of the weird things they did with that game is there is actually a DLC that gives you live action cutscenes for every cutscene in the game. However, I believe that was filmed entirely in Capcom's warehouse by like two or three of their employees filmed the entire thing. So it's a low budget live action of every cutscene in the game, done by 2 interns, I think. So, you know, if you want to get some weird stuff, you can get some weird stuff. Nobody's forcing you. Nobody's gonna make you. That's completely and entirely up to you. So live your best life is what I say. Live your best life. Yeah, Monster Hunter is great. I think Capcom's launching, and they're launching a new game soon. I haven't really looked at it too much. I was showing it to Katie yesterday. We watched the Steam trailer, but I haven't watched a lot of gameplay. It's called Exoprimal. It's basically like Capcom does Anthem, but actually finishes the game, is what it seems like. It's like there's time travel dinosaurs with blue blood that come back from the past and like flood the world and try to eat it. I don't really know. I'm not sure that I understand the plot. but you have a very highly customizable mech suit basically that you can just tailor in whichever way you feel like is supposed to be the point. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much. I might be playing it when it comes out though, because I do think I want to try it. Capcom has been pretty good about supporting all of their stuff recently, so I think as far as major AAA publishers go, Capcom is, I would say, one of the few companies right now that are in the S tier. But yeah, don't worry about all the DLCs when you look at one of those games. If you go to Resident Evil 4, go to their store page, there's like 30 DLCs there, but half of them are just different upgrade ticket amounts. Because if you want, you could start the game with enough upgrade tickets to upgrade every single gun to the max, because they just want to give you that option if you don't want to unlock it yourself.
Research complete.
But they have that for like Resident Evil 2. It's there for Resident Evil Village. I actually reinstalled Village because the part where the fetus tries to eat you, I know, very graphic, very graphic. I didn't really like playing the game very much because of that part, so I've actually never replayed the game, but they did a discount for the unlock everything to like 50 cents, and I already had $1 from my last Counter-Strike skin I sold. So I was just like, oh yeah, it's not even a big deal at all. I don't even have to worry about it. Don't even have to think about it at all. That's just fantastic. So yeah, that's where I'm at. And I just got it because A, it didn't cost me anything, and B, I'm probably never going to fully replay through Resident Evil 8 again. But at least I can play through the opening area with all the dumb unlockable stuff now, so that's nice. I can play through the first half of the game a couple times. I think I'd be down to do that. Seems like he's coming for me.
Go ahead. SCV ready. Rock and roll.
In the rear with the gear.
Combat engine up.
Band SCV ready. Go ahead.
Scanning ready.
SCV ready.
Well, getting all into a TVT to start the stream is exactly the kind of thing that happens to us, right? That's exactly the kind of thing that happens to us. Nice little TVT one base to start the stream off. All right, let's go next. That doesn't look as smooth, right? Good, good. That's good feedback. Now watch the next game and tell me what you think about that. Thank you. You guys are learning. You're learning to give feedback. That's good. That's what I need.
Huh? What's going on? Go ahead. Band, huh? What's... SCV ready. Yep. Yeah, whatever.
I got Terran versus Protoss this game.
SCV ready. What's going on? What's going? Ben. SCV ready.
Yeah, I don't expect it to be as smooth, but that's why I need you guys to tell me.
You're the boss. Big job, huh? SCV ready.
I'll take a look at it after this game, if you still feel that way.
Ben? Huh? Ah! You scared me! SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
What, you running? Bad news? Huh? Bad news? What's going on? SCV ready. Move it. Ah! You scared me!
Somebody's like, oh yeah, I didn't want to tell you because I thought I might make you upset if I said something was wrong. And I'm like, it would make me more upset if something was wrong and you said nothing, because then that means everybody is suffering through it for my sake. But I'm not the one that has to watch the stream. So I got you. Okay. I got you. We fixed the sound after somebody finally spoke up for the first time in months the other day. Took me no time at all to fix it. I can do that with everything else. I am trying something new today. I don't know if you saw that, but I tried to say that it might not work as well. So changing it back is not a difficult thing for me to do either.
SCV ready. Certainly done. Oh yeah, baby. Agreed. Nothing I can't handle. That's all. SCV ready. In the rear. Got something.
Are you running the stream in 1440, Crunt? It might be that your GPU is struggling with the decode.
I'm listening.
If full screening it fixes it. That sounds like it's
Yo, what's it worth?
probably not getting enough priority unless it's full screen.
What's going on?
It's interesting. I wonder if you'd have that issue on 1080.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. The Grim Reaper has arrived. On the way. Got SCV ready to kill.
Add-on complete.
What's it worth? What? You want something? SCV ready. Move it. Ah! You scared me. Where's the hot? What's it worth? Ready to raise some hell. You're the weaker man. Anyway, come on. SCV ready. Yeah, baby. What? You want something? On the way. Yes, SCV ready. Certainly. I'm the Reaper man. SCV ready. It's on now.
What are you gonna do with that, bro?
I'm listening. Let's. That got something. SCV ready. Kill. Whole lot of pain. Got yes, indeed. On the way. Get him. Run! Here comes SCV ready. Yeah. What? You want something? Kill.
Not bad, right?
Hear me. SCV ready. Huh? Go ahead. Big. In the rear with the.
This man's about to witness the rocket's red glare. That's all I'm saying. That warping block was sick, but also pointless. Yeah.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Add-on complete. Command center.
Who called in the fleet? SCV ready.
Now he did just use his recall. Remember that.
Bandit, what's going on? Want a piece of me, boy?
He got the probes out of this
Our
base.
SCVs are under attack.
Yeah, going for the depots is not the play.
Is under attack.
As long as he keeps the probes moving, he's not mining. So what he needs to do is go kill the other one. He needs to go kill my my fusion core. He needs to kill the starport, really, because I'm building another cruiser and he's not even trying to stop me. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe he got charged. He went for charge and not even blink. Like, what? What? He went for charge? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay, so here's a question I'm going to ask you then. I don't think I can configure anything else on this. Let's see. Oh, I can set the bandwidth higher. Let's try that. Let's try ultra. Let's see what happens here. Okay. Can you watch through that sequence of events and tell me if this looks any better now? Apparently I can raise the bandwidth on it a little more, so I turned it up. Is that any better at all compared to what you were seeing during the game already? Anyone can answer this, by the way. Stalker block sequence is good content. You made a timestamp note. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Because what I'll do after the stream today, I'm going to take it real easy. It does look better. I fixed it 100%. Hell yeah. So that's the ultra bandwidth setting. So just so you know, I'm just going to let you guys in on a little bit of how the sausage is made. So remember how I said before it was pushing something like 300 to 400 megabits per second on the 4K? So by going back to Windows and using this setup, right now I'm monitoring it live, and it looks like it's peaking at about, on the receive end, it's going to, peaking at about 72 megabits. It's going between 73 and 25 megabits per second. That's just the NDI feed coming through. So that's why I'm trying to use this tech today, because it's a lot less load on my network. And it's a lot less load on OBS because it's less incoming data to decode. So I'm using H.264 now to send the video across rather than just regular OBS. So because of that, it just captures my full screen through the graphics pipeline. That's how it keeps the delay down. So that's why you guys can see if I alt tab to anything, you'll see that now. But you know, now it's kind of easier for us to look at stuff and kind of meme and whatnot. So there you go. You were sending uncompressed over NDI before? No, not completely uncompressed. NDI uses a lossless compression. So you have to understand the reason why NDI works at all is because it uses huge amounts of completely uncompressed well, I don't really know what their magic is, because there's not really any, they don't have any real competitors that make software like this that I'm aware of. I think NewTek has patents on the way that the software is designed, but the long story short is that it's very light on the machine. The whole point of NDI is that you A, don't need to worry about capture cards and hardware compatibility, and B, it doesn't add system resource strain to the computer that's sending out the game feed. So the entire idea is that instead of compressing it, it's able to just feed it raw. And the only reason why it's 300 megabits per second is because it's 4K, 60 FPS. That's what I'm sending, right? So the HEVC option, which I could not use through OBS because the OBS plugin is made by, it's open source, it's third party, it's not really maintained. There is no senior developer that's working on the OBS NDI plugin. It's like it gets patched by Exceldro, who is one of the smartest plugin developers ever, and he makes a lot of the big features for OBS. But like, that thing is not his baby, you know. He maintains it for the courtesy of everybody that uses OBS, because I use that plugin on the receiving end to get it into the stream, right? So their native technology offers a much more powerful suite, but performance-wise, it hasn't always been that good. So that's why I didn't use it. But now that I can play StarCraft on Windows again, and now that I felt like I would just try this, So I can set it right. I have it set to 60 hertz. The resolution is set to monitor resolution. That's 4K. It was on high bandwidth before. I just set it to ultra. So ultra bandwidth on this would have been like 500 megabits. So instead it's 70 megabits. As you can tell, that reduces so much traffic overall, because the OBS was crashing from huge amounts of data coming in at once, and it wasn't. Basically, when OBS would get a little bit choked up during an intense scene where there were physics or stuff active, because my streaming PC has a lot of visual effects that run on it, as you guys are aware. Look at the screen in front of you. There's like 5 shaders running. Can you even guess them all? Good luck. So, and obviously when you set the intensity, a lot of these shaders use clocks. So those are all things that start running in the background on my GPU. But basically it was getting to a point where OBS would be receiving like gigabytes of data that it couldn't handle fast enough, and it would just crash. So I think by making this change, instead of getting hundreds of megabytes, you know, it doesn't even reach 100 anymore. Should make it a little easier, because I have the 2080 Ti in the streaming PC, so I believe it can decode HEVC. I think it can do it without any issue. Otherwise, it shouldn't load. You shouldn't see the game right now if it doesn't work. So it works, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, that's Nathan's exciting experiment of the day. And then it allows me, you know, if I want to pull up my web browser and I want to go to, I don't know, reddit.com/r/aw and look at a picture of a cat, we can do that. I think it's all, I don't really think that people post anything there anymore since the apps all went down, but you know. So you stay for the nerding out. Yeah, I think on Linux, the NDI, they have a software developer kit for it. There are drivers. You can run NDI on Linux. That's how I've been using my stream. I've been running it over OBS and NDI. But they don't have their native software suite available for Linux. So I couldn't experiment with any of that stuff. Couldn't experiment with any of it. Couldn't even play around with it, you know? So. Your poor router. Well, I have a pretty good router, but it's mostly just about efficiency. And when I look at my most recent OBS crashes, it seems like my OBS used to crash like every 2 days. I don't know if you guys remember that, but it used to crash a lot. It did crash yesterday once, and that was the first crash in 3 weeks. So when I looked at my logs, I'm queued for a game and we're not finding one. So I'm gonna take this time to show you, because it's interesting to me. When I look at my crash reports for OBS, I'll show you. June 8th, June 10th, June 12th, June 13, June 14, June 15, June 19. So there's a little bit of a gap from the 15th to the 19th. And then July 3rd. So I almost made it like 2 weeks without it blowing up on me. Because I went through and deleted a lot of old plugins I wasn't using and tried to like trim down and optimize stuff. So that was the first crash I'd had in 2 weeks. And it named a different DLL. It just mentioned something about an overflow with the OBS NDI plugin. So I figured, okay, well, I'll change a few of the settings. I'll have it time off of the source instead of the network and see if that helps at all. And I'll also try to set it to run off of, the other one. So I don't necessarily think that this solves it. Maybe the source timing thing would work better. Maybe there's other ways to optimize it, but this is what I figured I would try today. This opponent is Zerg. But if it does look worse, if you guys think it visibly looks worse than usual or choppier, I think it makes my game like 2% choppier, honestly, but it's not really like bad. I think that's also just EU lag. My game always has a very tiny amount of jitter just because I'm playing with like 200 ping. Yeah.
Huh? SCV ready. Ben, what's going on? Huh?
But you guys know me, I'm a big nerd.
SCV ready.
If I don't have some tech stuff to freak out about, you know, I lose my mind. I saw one of my friends posting on Blue Sky about how they want to like get a different camera because their Elgato face cam keeps freezing on them. And I'm like, well, I've never had any real issues with my Elgato face cam. I used to be sponsored by Corsair. They own Elgato, so I got mine for free from them. But I wanted to switch away from using my old point and shoot because there was just too many moving pieces for that to be, you know, easily maintained, so to speak. And while I did get to that place, it's like I had this whole thing with USB that like haunted my life for about a year, and it took me forever. But I actually got to issue a report to a senior developer at AMD for the bug to fix their firmware, because I actually uncovered that the PCIe frequencies that the AM4 motherboards were running were actually not up to the release spec of PCIe 4. And basically, because PCIe 4 graphics cards did not exist when the AM4 motherboards were made, they basically were still using like testing numbers or like prefab numbers for the PCIe clocks on the motherboard side, and that was causing lockouts to happen on the PCIe bus, which for AMD is where their USB controller is as well, since it's not on the CPU on those particular ones. Or maybe it is, but it's locked out because the PCIe lanes for the CPU are the same ones. It was something to that effect. But long story short, there's been a couple of updates that have since been released to address the issue, but the USB dropouts on AM4 motherboards, that was like a huge thing that tons of people denied or even an issue. The amount of people that were like user error, blah 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 blah, because nobody had PCIe 4 graphics cards, so they weren't experiencing this bug or these issues. And then eventually one day it got patched. But all of this to say, when I see people complain about USB bugs nowadays, I just always, in the back of my mind, I'm like 3% paranoid. I'm like, I wonder if this guy is just having this bug, but he doesn't know how to update his motherboard. You know, like maybe he's never updated his motherboard before. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he's got like an Agisa 1202 BIOS, and he's just blissfully unaware that a fix for all of his problems exists. Because I see him post and talk about his camera problems and stuff, and I'm like, you know, I don't really have the time to be investing huge amounts of hours into trying to help other people with their stuff right now, because my life is a huge mess. But at the same time, I'm also like, I wish I could help you. I do, in a way, in a manner of speaking. In a way, I do wish that I could bring some closure to this for you. So anyway, that's me trying to get hired for an IT remote job somewhere. That's my glorious quest I'm on. I gotta catalog all of this stuff when I have to prove to somebody that I can troubleshoot a PC without a piece of paper to keep on. Running a BIOS from year 2004. It could be. Completely unfindable USB disconnected, a bug alert on his machine. There are a lot of things that can cause issues like that to happen, but there was a absolutely humongous, very widespread issue that was completely under the radar. I would post about it on like the AMD Reddit, and I would get so many messages from people being like, this isn't real, why are you trying to... Some people told me I was a paid Intel shill because I was talking about a fake bug that did not exist. Like, people on the internet are just creeps most of the time. Is something I'm constantly reminded of in this experience. But yeah, I think somebody in our Discord actually knew an AMD senior developer and was able to get a report to him from me about everything in very gross detail, and then they fixed it like 3 weeks later. Not capping here. Got an overseer behind his base. He's got that going up. Looks like he's gonna go for roaches. Yeah, no, it's not that easy, huh?
Base is under attack.
Wow, he let me kill it. Nice. And the rocket's red glare. ATX battery cannons bursting in air.
Research.
Gave proof through the night that our cruisers were still there.
Base
beautiful.
is under airborne complete. Numeral hit. Our SCVs are under attack. Numeral field completed.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Got him. Oh my lord. Guys, you don't need to kill drones when they turn all of them into buildings, I guess, huh? He didn't even have drone. Oh, he turned all of his workers into spore crawlers. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that, bro. How many spores did he make? That's 11 drones I didn't have to kill. Beautiful. Beautiful. I did expect him to make Ravagers and go for the tank, but I thought it was tucked back, like just barely enough. I don't know what you guys thought. I guess I could have put it a little further back. My goal was for it to be out of the range of roaches, but I think he was always going to be able to bile it down if he wanted, since I only had one. Seems like a fair assessment for me to make. Yeah, at that moment I would have needed to move it back, but I was busy. I think I was singing Star-Spangled Cruiser or something up there. Something like that. You wonder if that's actually his cause? Could be, yeah. How are the games going today? Fantastic. You're an IT student, kind of thinking there's a good opportunity for streamer IT? Dude, that's what I would love that, man. I definitely would. Like, Riot is in Bellevue. Bro, you know how sick it would be if I could just get on their broadcast team and just help keep streams going and looking beautiful? That's like dream job. They don't have any broadcasting positions available on their website right now, though. I do have alerts on. Virtual machines can be useful. Well, it's all a matter of redundancy, right? If you are looking for redundancy, you're typically not looking in a virtual machine purely because it's less about whether or not it crashes and more about what happens when it crashes, you know? If a virtual machine isn't stable, then that gives you, in my opinion, reason to believe that the host system may not be completely stable either. So when I think about it that way, it kind of appears to me that having multiple different systems is a little bit better redundancy wise, because that allows you to isolate and compartmentalize like software and hardware features, you know? Like in a hypothetical scenario where you would want to have, let's say, an encoding machine and a compositing machine, right? Like a 3PC stream. Like if you wanted true redundancy, you would want to have one computer that never gets updated, that's on like a long-term support branch of Windows, has everything completely blocked except for its ability to stream to the server, right? And you would set that up with OBS on a receive, and the only thing it would do is receive the feed from the compositing machine, and you would have it set so that if the compositing machine feed ever goes away, it displays an error message. That would be the most redundant way to keep your stream up. This way, if your gaming PC crashes, your compositing machine might still be up, but that black box machine that only sends the signal, you want that one to have the least amount of things touching it possible. You don't want anything plugged into it. You don't want it to do anything other than send the signal. You don't want there to be any chance that anything messes with it at all. It has one singular purpose. That's redundancy, right? Could you build that into one of your VMs? Maybe, but if that, you know, it's like if that has a problem, then you're increasing the amount of points of failure that can affect the most crucial part of your broadcast, right? So, like, I use a 2 PC stream because sometimes new games can make a computer crash, and there's a lot of competition for resources, right? When you're playing a game and encoding and all of that. So there's some redundancy, but it's not like, you know, because my streaming PC is still compositing everything, it's still running a lot of graphically intense and CPU intense functions the whole way through, and that causes it to have some risk, you know. It will sniff out system instability. There are variable things that can affect it, you know, which shaders are being displayed, which video is playing in the background on this loop that I run, etc., etc. All of that stuff adds up in some way, you know. So I don't know. The idea of virtual machine stuff kind of sounds interesting, but there are performance losses in the way that a lot of hardware supports virtualization as well. You know, you don't just get to run a VM on your computer and then send a feed inside of it over your network or whatever and like not incur a performance penalty on the send and the receive. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that that's possible. I think a virtual machine is something that people rely on a little bit more for like sandboxing purposes, so that if the virtual machine blows up, it just blows itself up and doesn't take the computer with it. I was always under the impression that that was the primary function that they serve. I mean, you can use them in like an image to disk kind of way for like user profiles over a network, I guess, but that would be like if you thought that you were going to be having people run things that were capable of bringing your entire network down, right? Like maybe on a school, maybe you would have the PCs all load like you know, a NetBIOS ROM or something that just sets them straight into a VM that the whole machine runs on, because you don't want a student to run a virus and blow up your whole network. Like, I guess you could do that if you didn't want to use proper security profiles or what have you. You know, you assume that somebody's going to get in there and run third-party software that they probably shouldn't eventually. Then I guess, yeah, you could try to... That would be a situation where maybe you'd want the whole thing virtualized.
Let's go. SCV ready.
How quickly you could do failover for your egress box. Well, see, that's the other thing too, right? There's different ways to build those levels of backups, because you can have a fallback system if you wanted. Some services have ways for you to set that up, but you could even make it so that you have a separate server that's running somewhere else, right? You don't even have to stream to the streaming provider's platform either. So here's another example of a way that you could solve this problem without using additional hardware. So you guys know about Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services, and all of that. I mean, you could also get an online cloud hosted instance, run OBS on that, and then you could send your stream to that thing and have that thing run the fallback. This way, even if your internet goes out, the stream wouldn't go down. You would want it to have a fallback from whatever your online hosted server is. You would want that to kick in and have a message that says, hey, we'll be right back. And that way, you know, the whole thing doesn't completely go down. But that's where it starts to get a little more costly. That's where it starts to get a little trickier. There are a lot of ways to solve this problem. Another example of something like this, yesterday, my streaming PC, my OBS crashed. Like I said, I got a network buffer overflow or something from the 300 megabit NDI feed. So I had Twitch has a feature where when your stream disconnects, they will actually send a separate feed for you for up to like a minute. So it makes a big pop-up appear for everybody that's watching that says, oops, technical difficulties. But the entire purpose of that is to keep the stream, quote unquote, up so that users don't get a blank screen, because when people get that blank offline screen instantly out of nowhere, they usually just close the stream. They're like, oh, the stream's over, or they just assume that it's going to take a while to come back up and they go watch something else. But when you have that little error message that says we'll be right back, you know, what that did is it gave me a minute to scramble together, restart my OBS, reconnect my Twitch credentials, because for some reason that gets affected too. And then I was able to press go live, and you know, it actually didn't torpedo my stream like it usually did, because I got online again fast enough that the little error message guy never went away. It never disappeared. So thanks to that, I was able to keep the stream up and just kind of continue on as usual. And then I got raided by Jason. So, you know, you get somebody that dumps 100 viewers on you, and you don't want your stream to go down right as that happens. You know, I don't think anybody would, and it's a very normal way to feel.
Base is under
Ready to
attack.
plunder. Certainly want a piece of me, boy. You gonna give me orders? What's going on?
Base is under attack.
SCV ready.
He's a little cheeser.
Made for battle. SCV ready.
Well, he gave up a lot to do that.
Optics online.
Add-on complete.
Comms open. Cyclone on route.
SCV ready.
Coordination.
Who wants some? What's going on? Bad news? SCV ready. Huh? Big
Show me who you want to die.
Yeah, so that slows down the BCs, of course, quite a bit.
SCV ready.
Now we just gotta try and get a third base, I guess. Should expect him to remain tenacious in his attempts to thwart us.
SCV ready.
Could potentially be cheaper than taking into the account a cost of a streaming PC. Well, see, that's where we come back to the NDI discussion. Why do I use NDI to send a stream from this computer to another computer instead of simply streaming directly to the internet from this computer?
Coordinates or what?
Right?
Cyclone.
Why not? Well, there's compositing overhead. There's a bunch of other things, of course. There are a lot of reasons why it's better to split that up, especially off the gaming PC. But you know, it also would come back to, again, your upload. So if it actually could be a lot cheaper than getting a second PC if, for say example, you had a somewhat lower end machine, but you had access to high quality internet, right? If you had access to high speed internet connection, then you're talking about a situation where you can solve this problem in a different way, right? You could upload at 50 megabits on ultra fast compression, which would be CPU compression. It's one of the worst qualities. It's one of the lowest quality compressions that you could do, right? It's actually terrible. Like, you really wouldn't want to do that. You really wouldn't want to do that normally. But if you did it at 50 megabits because you had the ability to send it to that other machine, then the other machine could do the compression, right? So then you could have a machine that's actually designed to do that video compression for you. You could have that be what runs it on that setup. And then once you do that, then you've gotten to a place where you have access to something really, really nice. So you wouldn't need a second machine then. You could just leverage your internet capacity to send a very low compression stream that wouldn't affect your system as much to the online machine. And then depending on the quality of the online machine or the online service that you're using, again, just completely dependent on what they support, the quality of it, what it's capable of, you could get into a situation where you could just have that transcoded down to 1080p, crunch it so that you don't have to worry about whether or not your system can run it. And then if your main system goes down, you would try to just set up something on the back end that would cause it to automatically switch back if it needed to, and that's a surprisingly easy thing to do. It really just boils down to what the software supports, what you want to do, and Obviously, to some degree, what you can afford, like anything else, but I don't think that you would have to break the bank open to do that either. Cloud-hosted instances of web apps are like a super normal, common, and popular thing. So,
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
What's up?
Mineral field depleted.
there's not really anything unusual about it at all. So,
SCV ready. SCV ready. Big job.
but it's fun, right? There's so many different ways to solve problems. You don't want to have to learn all the ins and outs of all the crazy things that you would need to do to make that stuff work. That's fine. You don't have to. You absolutely don't have to.
Ready to go. Bad news.
Yes, Command. You hail?
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Haberdashers.
Add-on complete.
Huh? We. Go ahead. Got a target in mind? This ought to be good.
Add-on complete.
You scared me.
Yeah, technology is awesome, and there are so many cool things that we can do with it, right?
Oh, Cyclone ready for
It's just another thing that makes life beautiful.
In the fleet.
bad news.
Well,
What's going
So this is
on?
where you expect him to probably be transitioning into an air army.
Complete.
engage. Force laid in.
Big job.
Swarm hosts. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, man.
Patching you through.
Yeah, I'll take your swarm host, dog. Don't even sweat it. Don't even trip.
Upgrade complete.
Huh?
Combat.
Let's stir up. SCV ready.
Scanning. Engineering. Right away. State your scanning. Waiting. Combat.
It's online. Let's go kill something.
Scanning battlefield conditions. Combat. Immediate station online. Right away. Order exit. Stay ready for awaiting.
Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack. Mineral field.
At your disposal. Engineering at your state.
SCV ready.
Yes, Command.
Command center upgrade complete.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
and
Comms open. Where is gun?
scanning battlefield.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Right on.
State your request.
I'm going in.
Mineral field depleted.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
Show me who you want.
Combat. Engineering.
Mineral field depleted.
Optics online.
This better be. Where's the hot?
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack.
This vessel requires assistance.
Mineral field.
This ought to be good.
Got any extra firepower?
Moving into position. Adjusting for new. You got a target in. Comms open. Channel's clear, boss. Show me who you want to die. Cyclone.
Ready to raise some hell.
Nothing will stop me. I can.
Scanning.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
What's going
Oh yeah,
on?
depots, huh? Yeah, those always end up getting me eventually, right?
In the rear with
Always something there to remind me. Bam, 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 bam.
Engineering at your state your request. Scanning battlefield.
Base is under attack. Vespine geyser exhausted.
This vessel requires assistance.
Mineral field depleted.
raise some hell. Bad news?
State your
Mineral
request.
field depleted.
Right on. Hell yeah.
Engineering at your
Huh? It's your
ready for service. Combat. Scanning battle. State your request.
war is here.
Ready for service. Scanning.
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack.
I'm in deep. What's our time?
Awaiting.
Ready to raise some hell.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Combat. Scanning battle. Engineering.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Done and done. He's up out here. Come and find me.
Under.
Upgrade complete.
Combat. Ready. Awaiting.
Comms open. In gear.
Engineering battle.
You got 4 minutes of what? Nothing will stop me.
Ready and
Channel's clear, boss.
Oh man, come on. Why won't she just die?
Base is under attack.
Got any extra firepower? SCV ready.
Something. You want to die?
He just refuses to die. guess we broke his will, huh? Guess we broke him, guys. The swarm hosts tried, but they're not good enough. They're not good enough. Nice game. Nice game, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, he was trying to take both of these bases, I think, earlier. I think he was trying to get both of these. Cloud hosting with a lot of ingressing bandwidth could be pretty expensive. Well, you know, it's all about the ways that you would choose to solve a problem. You know, you gotta think about it this way: if the cost of leasing or purchasing on loan, right? Let's get hypothetical here. Let's assume you can't afford to buy like a $2,000 encoding PC, right? Let's just say that that's what you want to have, right? That's the level that you're going for, right? If you're going to be paying X amount per month for it over a certain amount of time, does that end up costing more or less than the web server thing that you would be doing, right? And at that point, you also have to keep in mind that you're not just purchasing at that point. You're no longer just buying something that's specifically for running the stream anymore. You're also purchasing like that level of redundancy with their internet connection. So that's where you're making the more difficult choices, because it's either going to boil down to, I need to have this be something that's not affected by my own internet in a way, or you'd rather make the payment up front or make one payment to have it. But then, you know, there's still a ton of other things that I think kind of come into play, right? Whether it's you want to have physical access to it, maybe you don't want to run the extra electricity of running a full machine and all of that other stuff, you know? So, yeah. So, I mean, there's always different ways to try to solve problems. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that any one of these ways is better than the other. It's just, to me, it's interesting to think about what you can do, because, I mean, that's where all the good ideas come from, right? Just trying to figure out new ways to do things better than we did before, so. Of course, if you're like a bleeding edge super user, you're always going to prefer to tinker with stuff yourself, you know? But you've probably seen like the people that do the IRL backpack stuff back in the day, that stuff. A lot of them used an ingest server that was specifically designed so that if the backpack went offline, it would automatically display a message that's like, hey, we've lost signal with the streamer, we'll be right back, sort of thing. Now here's another interesting idea, right? So we're talking about how you can do things or not do things, blah blah blah. But now let me say, what if you wanted somebody else to do it for you, right? What if I wanted somebody else to produce this whole entire stream? You know, how feasible is that? Well, with the first option, I mean, you could run a server locally. So I could just, through an IP address, I could have my OBS send this feed over uncompressed, you know, maybe a slightly higher amount of data, just to another friend of mine that has like a fiber connection, right? And hypothetically, I could just send the gameplay feed, my audio, my camera. I could send all of them as individual separate assets, so that none of them are actually composited on each other, and there's no system hit on my machine either. I can send all of those things to another place, and then somebody else could just put them all into OBS and do all the alerts, run everything, make the whole entire thing happen. Like, hypothetically, it's not a very difficult thing to do. Some of the shows that I've done before were run that way, where I was just streaming to somebody else's OBS so they could get the in-game feed. That's how Artosis gets Mapu to do the observing on his stuff. If you guys have seen Artosis do his casts, he always talks about Mapu observing. Mapu just streams it to him on a delay so that Artosis can cast it live with you guys, right? That's a cool thing. That's the kind of thing I would love to do, but obviously I can't afford to pay anybody to do something like that. But it's a good way to get around one of the parts about a tournament stuff that people hate the most, right? The only thing that you really lose from a caster perspective when you do something like that is the ability to ask for things, because everything will be behind, right? There'll be a delay, obviously, so if your observer is sending you a delayed feed, then it stands to reason there's very little chance that if something happens, you'll be able to fix it quickly. So you just kind of agree, hey, you know, I'll trust you to obs what you want to obs, and that's it. And I'll just talk over it. But there's a bunch of ways to do stuff like that.
What's going on?
That's one of the things that, you know, if people don't want me casting in Stormgate, but like if somebody's running big tournaments, you know, I could still break even if, you know, if Wardy ends up running all the big online tournaments, and then I just offer to obs all of it. And if I can do a good job of that and run it well and not cause problems, you know, someone like that might like that.
What's up? Huh? Big job, huh? SCV ready.
Electricity usage? Yeah, well, not even just electricity usage. It's like, obviously it depends on what you want the machine to do, you know. If all you want is an encoding box that does nothing else, there are a lot of machines that you can get out there that are designed for that explicit purpose, right? I think we all know that. But if you want to have something that's able to run, you know, visual effects and do graphics processing and upscaling, you know, some of the assets that you're using, all of that stuff, like what I'm doing with my machine, then you start to get a little bit more into, well, you're looking for power hungry features, you know. There's only so many graphics cards out there that can do the AI background removal. There's only so many graphics cards out there that can do the AI face tracking, right? If I had a weaker graphics card in my machine, I literally wouldn't be able to do the AI green screen removal at all. Like it just wouldn't even be possible. So
Add-on complete.
that's one of those things, you know. You gotta be mindful. Oh, he's Zerg. Hell yeah, I guessed correctly. I just guessed that he would be Zerg this game, and he was, so that's actually quite nice.
Go ahead. SCV ready. SCV ready. Armed and ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. That's fine. Who wants some? SCV ready. I feel you.
You know, like I have a very specific way that the power and stuff is all wired in my apartment now. I've gone out of my way to convolute the process solely because I want to have these machines in the same room together. So I do it to manage heat output. I do it to manage, you know, the breakers not getting tripped and stuff, right? So that's something that you don't have to think about when you use a third-party hosted thing. Obviously, electricity usage is simply one part of it, but, you know, if you're running a beastly machine, that's my graphics card on the streaming PC is actually going. You know, it's not just running. It's going at like 80% utilization. Right now, StarCraft is a little easier on it since I'm not recording, because I've tuned it so that the stream doesn't use too much, so that I can record in 4K, because obviously the 4K uses the most resources. But let's just continue down this rabbit hole, because I love talking about this stuff.
Command center upgrade complete.
Oh, he's got some links we're watching here.
Inbound. Victory.
But I think mine right now, I'm at 32% usage on 3D. So it's using 32% of the graphics card on 3D rendering. That's the visual effects. That's everything that it's doing. It's like hardware encoding stuff on and whatnot. Mostly tame stuff, right? Mostly tame stuff. On the video encode, it's using 18% usage, and on video decode, it's using 11%. So it's using 11% of my graphics card just to process the incoming feed of the stream. It's using another 18% to encode that and send it out to YouTube, and it's using 30% just rendering everything.
Made for battle.
Ah! You scared me! SCV ready. I'm go. SCV ready.
Research complete.
Bandit. SCV ready. SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready. ahead.
Who called in the
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Got a target in mind.
patching you through?
You got
SCV ready. Big job, huh? Bad news.
Queued up, ready to go.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
What? Huh?
Just trying to get all my bases saturated here, focusing on that. Sorry.
Ah! You scared me.
you got coordinates or what?
SCV ready.
Oh, I'll get there.
SCV ready.
Oh, is he just going straight for Hive?
Research complete.
Comms open.
That's what it looks like.
Upgrade complete.
Cyclone en route.
All right. So it looks like he's just going to go right for a Hive base build then. That's what his strategy seems to be. Kind of just like a turtle into speedrunning tech.
Yes.
Bad news.
Mineral field depleted.
Ready to raise some hell.
You hail?
Huh?
Ready to roll that.
Mineral
Give us
Ready to raise some hell.
He's playing very defensively.
Go ahead. Huh? What's going on? Talk to me, boss.
mineral field depleted.
What? Are you ready? In the rear with the gear. Ready to raise some I'm in a heap
Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete.
I'm waiting
Command
on
center
you.
upgrade.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Daylight burning. Daylight burning. Ready. Hell yeah. Burn rubber. Right on.
Transfuse that Hive.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Big job, huh?
Well,
Ah, Commander.
Upgrade complete.
Moving into position.
Go ahead.
Reporting for action.
yes, Commander.
We read you.
Yo.
Command center upgrade complete.
Armed SCV ready.
Initiating.
One. We need some help here. I am here. SCV ready. Sounds sweet. Got it.
I have too many SCVs, huh?
Reporting for action.
Yeah, I do.
Command center upgrade complete.
Father. Talk to me. I'm waiting on you.
Mineral field depleted.
Talk to me, boss. Are you ready for this?
Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs mineral field depleted. Base is under attack.
He's getting ready for brood lords, right?
I'm in a heap of trouble.
We have you on screen. Perfect. Got freedom. We have you on screen. As you say.
What is...
Huh?
Yes, Commander. Well? Patching you through. Yes, Commander. Oh, really? Well?
Go.
Well?
Mineral field depleted.
What's going on? I'm in a heap of trouble.
What's our target? Give us your... What's our target? Hey, going. What's that?
Ready to raise?
Upgrade complete.
Ready to raise some hell. Huh? Bad news.
We need more command centers.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Need something?
Fix the op.
Got no paper. Go ahead. Need something? What's
He's got lots of hydras, not many upgrades though.
What's our...
Go ahead.
Reporting for action.
Mineral field depleted.
Speak. Hey. Speak up. Give us your best shot. Hey. What's our target?
Engineering at your command.
Ready to raise some hell.
Scanning battlefield.
Mineral field depleted.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Attention.
Research complete.
Go ahead.
I'm waiting on you.
Reporting for action.
What's the story?
Mineral
All hands to battle station. Attention. As you say. Perfect.
Ready to raise some hell.
All hands to battle station.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
mineral field depleted.
Attention.
Ben.
Reporting for action. Got free.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Initiate.
Raise some hell.
Mineral
Nah, you did. Nice.
Bespin geyser exhausted.
Do I limit the frame rate or uncapped? That depends what you're asking about. You mean for the stream? I don't really gain anything by sending more than 60 FPS, so I don't. I'd rather just let the the NDI thing determine which frames to send personally. But I don't manually limit it because I like having the full speed in my game. That's one of the reasons why hardware cloning to capture cards is so bad, because it messes with a lot of stuff. Do I limit SC2's FPS? I run a general system frame rate limit for latency purposes. If you're not familiar with display refresh rate synchronization technology, I use G-Sync, which is an NVIDIA protocol that allows you to synchronize the refresh rate of your monitor with the FPS of your game. That being said, G-Sync only engages inside of its predetermined range of refresh rates that it supports, which is to say that it actually isn't active if you're running at the FPS of your monitor. So it kicks back into VSync when you do that. However, VSync actually adds delay. So the best possible configuration, if you want the minimum amount of input latency and minimum amount of delay on your screen, is to set your frame rate limit for your games to be 3 FPS under your monitor's refresh rate maximum. This way it stays constantly in G-Sync mode and never actually goes into regular VSync, but you can have VSync enabled because G-Sync uses it, and you should have it enabled. What you do is you turn VSync off in all of the games that you play. You only enable VSync in the NVIDIA control panel. You force it to on. You set your frame limit cap. So my monitor is 4K, 144 hertz. My FPS cap is 141. So I have it hard capped so that none of my games can go above 141 FPS. This way, if I don't need the power, my system doesn't use as much heat, doesn't use as much energy. And this way, if I do need the power, if I actually want that, then of course, you know, I could always turn it up a little bit if I wanted, but we're talking about optimizing, right? So, yeah. Hypothetically, you can just run it completely uncapped and just let it hit as high as it can, and you can for some people they like that, but you'll get tearing. So you don't get as clean of an image when you do that though. So yeah, I'm a super nerd with this stuff. I don't really believe in like wasting my time on random things. So if I do something, it's usually because I'm like going in on it. I've gone down a couple of rabbit holes on that, but it's fun. The cool thing about learning is that it's impossible to ever run out of things to learn. So if you make that something you enjoy, then you get to do it forever. So I love going down rabbit holes on this stuff to learn things. The middle mouse bug camera jump glitch being fixed with the most jank-ass solution of all time. I don't know if you saw our conversation earlier, Karuchi, but I kind of showed everybody. It was one of the first things we talked about on stream today, but I did a little breakdown of how I solved it by setting a custom scaling resolution of 100%, which for some strange reason works. God only knows why, but it works.
SCV ready. Big job, huh? Gotcha. Ah, you scared me. SCV ready. Big job, huh? Go ahead.
Windows is always trying to scale your stuff, even if you don't tell it to.
SCV ready. Yep. What's going on? Ben, SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
How about no, Scott?
Bad news?
How about no?
Huh? Go ahead. Huh? Go ahead.
Command center upgrade complete.
Roger. The Grim Reaper has arrived. It's your time. I'm listening. Huh? Death from above. God. What's going on? SCV ready. Death from above. Ah! You scared me. God.
job? Fear the Reaper, man. What's it worth? Death from above. SCV ready to raise some hell. Where? Who wants some? All right, let's do this. On the way. Go ahead. SCV ready. You gonna get me? Been waiting on you. Bad got something for me to kill. SCV ready.
Supply blocks, man, they're tough.
SCV ready. Yes, sir. Ah. What? You want something? What's going on? SCV ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
Death from above. SCV ready.
Ready for dust off.
Where? SCV ready. I'm listening. SCV ready. Death. What? SCV.
Now he doesn't actually have a third base, so that's probably the biggest thing, right? I guess we should get ready for a big blinky boo.
Add-on complete.
Armed and SCV ready. On the way.
Waiting on.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
He had the pylon, of destiny. That's okay.
Coming. SCV ready. What's it worth? Nothing I can. Talk to me, boss.
Wait. Where's the emergency?
Raven online.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Beautiful.
Ready for pickup?
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Combat.
Let's go. SCV ready. Big jump.
Stay.
SCV ready.
Where does Observer go is the real question. I think I lost track of him.
Enough.
Add-on
SCV ready.
Oh,
SCV ready.
oh, scanning.
You gonna get me?
Engineering at your disposal.
SCV ready.
How about you stay out of my base?
Stay ready.
Let's try that.
Go ahead.
Engine screaming.
Stay scan. Oh, wait, scan.
That was a huge mine shot, though.
Who wants some?
Oh, wait.
In the rear. Bad news.
He does know everything I'm doing, so that's gonna make things a little more complicated.
This better be good. Ah, engine scared me. SCV ready.
research
Armed and ready.
I got my
upgrade
ears on.
complete.
If I go Banshees with the tanks, then he still kind of has to. He can't really just rely on zealots, right, to deal with the tanks if I do that. So
Go ahead.
it's kind of where my head's at.
What's going on? SCV ready.
I'm just thinking that if he needs stalkers to deal with all the Banshees, then I can probably do a little bit more with the other stuff, you know.
I got my.
SCV ready.
Engine screaming.
SCV ready.
Research complete. field depleted.
Mayday! Mayday! I got my ears on. Engine screaming. Done and...
State your request.
See, Nate, this is where you usually die because you do a lot of damage, but you lose all the banshees, right? So let's try not to do the part where we lose all the banshees this game. That's what I really want.
Mineral field depleted.
Engine screaming. Scan 2. Confirmed. I got my ears on. Fine. That's fine. Right. I got this.
Ready.
Engine screaming.
SCV. SCV ready.
Upgrade. Mineral
Damn,
field
wasn't
depleted.
enough.
SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack. Command center upgrade complete.
He is trying really hard to kill me. I give him that. Gotta buy enough time for the BCs, really, more than anything.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Base is under attack.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
No. No, Probius, no.
Base is under attack.
What's going on?
Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
Engine screaming.
Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready.
Roger that.
SCV ready.
Yeah, he can't build stalkers anymore, so it's gonna make his life difficult. Think we got him, boys. Think we got him. Nice. That game was crazy. Now that's a base trade, man. That's a base trade
What's going on?
and a half.
SCV
That
ready.
got wild. And you know, the first time those banshees showed up and I made him recall, he was probably ready to do that same attack right then and there.
Mineral
That's how
field
nuts that was. But the +2 battle cruisers are very powerful. And he never even got blink because he went straight to charge, it looks like.
Loud and clear.
Did he have anything else on the map? He had a zealot here, zealot on the tower. That pylon, of course. Prism on the northwest, zealot in the northwest, zealot on the tower. So his map vision was pretty good, right? He could see, he had a pretty good line of sight across the whole field between the observers and the watchtowers. It doesn't matter when I teleport inside his base, though, huh? And he ate a lot of mines. I just want to look at that push one more time. Things got hectic. It took me a while to actually planetary this base. If I had started it immediately, maybe I could have saved it. Probably not, but I could have finished it. It definitely would have finished if I had started it as soon as it landed. That's on me. And then I figured, okay, well, I'll just let these Banshees work away on the Zealots and cut out some of his chaff, right? That's what I was thinking, because he was pretty low eco. At the point that the base trade started, I was at 60 SCVs to 46 probes. So I had a really good economy. But he did not. he was gonna hit me hard though, right? That's what I was saying. We wanted those Banshees. If they all die, like I think I still lost probably like 6 Banshees this game, maybe 7 at this point. But if I had 10 Banshees to fight against this, that's the coulda, woulda, shoulda, because it's obviously very difficult. What was giving him the high ground vision? Just the Zealot on the top of the wall? Yeah, that makes sense. If that tank had lived and we had held this, I think we just win right there, but he was relentless. Again, he's still at 46 probes, but the battle cruisers have +2. The stalkers, did he have blink? He did have blink. I don't know why I said he didn't have blink, but he just didn't have any money, so he couldn't really build any stalkers. That was the problem. And then I killed the ones that he was building as he was building them, and he was never really able to get up to a crucial number of them again. And that's why I was like, all right, go for the pylons, shut down the production. But he didn't really have Artosis pylons. I had to kill a lot of pylons to do this job. So what I decided, and this was still a bad spot for him to be, he should have been warping everything in here the whole time. And I should have gone straight for the cyber core. If someone has this many pylons, I think I could take out this one and go straight for the core, and then the game's over. As long as he can build stalkers, there is some level of hope. Just because this was obviously, you know, I didn't have any actual bases going anymore, but yeah, I just put the Banshees on hold position over my mineral line, and I'm like, yeah, let them funnel. Also, shout out to the misclick command center flying through the middle of the map. He was up 40 supply going into that fight. I know, right? That's why we put 2 bunkers on top of the ramp. That's why we don't put our siege tanks outside of our base. Attacks like that are very hard to stop, but I don't think that I would have been able to finish the battle cruisers without that wall I had here. That's why sometimes I like to put a planetary there, but it's difficult to build a planetary when you have a wall there already, you know, because that just makes it so you don't always, it's like you want to wall it off early, but you can't fit a PF there without blowing up the wall. So it's like, how much time, how much attention do you want to spend on things that are not really like getting you a lot of returns? That's mostly what that boils down to. Widowmine was a great firework, baby. Dude, I need to go back and highlight that. That is going to be, look, that's for our 4th of July show. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We're not, we got, of course the fireworks are going to get highlighted. Obviously. What else would we be doing here? You know, let's not play footsies under the table in front of our cousins. All right, that's weird. Let's just be honest. Let's be open. Let's be forthcoming. And speaking of, I'm just gonna go use the little battlecruiser pilot's room real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. I love you guys. Happy 4th of July. God bless you. I grabbed a Kirkland signature nut bar because I didn't eat anything today, so I needed that. They're pretty good. How's everybody doing, by the way? How are you guys? Sorry if I stepped away for a little long there. And Katie doesn't have to go to work today, so she slept in. I was just checking in on her. Kate's got off today, based God. We're going up to her mom and dad's place for some boigas. Some boigas and dogs. At about like 2 o'clock. So it is 10:52. We've been live for 2 hours. So I was like, you know, I just wanted to get a little stream in today. It's really important. It's really important for me. It's really important to me and for me that I do everything I can to maintain my consistency here with y'all. I didn't have anything to upload on YouTube today because I didn't want to upload another bad video. I want to make sure that every single game I'm uploading, that I'm comfortable watching it through to its conclusion, and I don't think it sucks. I have not delivered on that bar of quality. Some of them have been a kind of mixed bag, either because of the audio issues that I wasn't really aware of because my settings were tuned for streaming and listening to music. So the game sound should come through a lot better now. I think that will help tremendously. Rethinking the way I'm going to approach doing some of these ladder game recordings and whatnot. I think it's easier to just highlight them out of the stream like this now if I have a really good game. But if I want to do like dedicated recording stuff, I'm going to make time to do that. So probably in the next week, I'll start doing like one game before I stream. I'll just record it just so I have something to mess with and see how that goes. But I don't want to put like too much pressure on myself while I'm streaming to try and make sure I'm stopping and doing all of that and like making filler stuff for the purpose of making it. I'd rather just talk to you guys or find some other ways to leverage going back and looking at my replays and breaking them down if that's what people want to see. The highlight moments that I clip out for the shorts pretty much always do well. People love that stuff, so I don't need to do anything fancy to make that happen. BC's on the 4th. Hell yeah.
Command center upgrade complete.
What's it worth? Fear the Reaper, man. Agreed. Done. Let's do this. Big jump. Bad news. SCV ready. I'm listening. On the way. SCV ready. Big. What? The Grand Reaper has arrived. Got something for me to kill.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I got in the oven now. So always trying to think of ways to make things better, to do things better if I can. It's very, very important to me. Always try to raise the bar.
Ready to raise some hell. What's going on? SCV ready. Agreed. Nothing. Fear the Reaper, man.
Add-on complete.
Big job. SCV ready. Like what? In the rear with what? You I'm waiting on you. FPV ready.
Add-on.
Cyclone 2 Reaper.
FPV ready. What's going on?
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Ah, you scared me. SCV ready. Yeah. In the rear. Big job, huh? SCV ready.
Got a target. You got coordinates or what? Nothing'll stop me. It's online. Let's go kill some.
SCV ready.
Channel's clear.
SCV ready.
I get you.
Big job.
Show me who you want to die.
What's going on? SCV ready. Oh,
Ready for service. Scanning battlefield conditions.
SCV ready.
Just wanted to deflect his cyclones, get the tank out.
Huh? SCV ready. Bad news. Ah!
Got a target in mind.
Awaiting combat.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Right away. Job confirmed. Order.
In the rear.
Add-on complete.
Scan.
SCV ready.
Fueled up, ready to go. What's our target?
I'm listening. That's all. What's going on? SCV ready.
Combat. Engineering at your disposal.
What? SCV ready.
Ready to roll out.
Jet from above. SCV ready.
Looks like he's playing mech.
State your ready. Scanning
SCV
battlefield
ready.
conditions. Combat.
Big job.
Fueled up, ready to go.
SCV ready.
Engineering at engineering. Ready for service. Engineering at your disposal.
Ready to blow. SCV ready. Ready to blow.
Give us your best shot. What's our going? Give us your best shot.
Mineral field depleted.
What's our target?
SCV ready. Ready to blunder.
Got no patience for sitting around.
In the rear with the gear.
So it looks like he was always going to go mech, right? Based on his opening.
SCV ready.
That makes it a little bit tougher because obviously he played very greedy, went to a fast 3 command center kind of build.
What's that?
Puts me very, very far behind to not have that base that he already has. But I did get everything set up already, so I guess I got that going for me, which is
Ready to
nice.
blunder.
He's not going to play any sort of traditional bio setup based on what we're seeing, so I think we can try to take advantage of that too.
Systems primed. Very well. Yes. In the rear with the gear. You ready?
Still trying to iron out this Gumiho build.
Be ready. Huh?
Ready to roll out.
Ready to blunder. Bad news.
But he opened with a lot of Vikings.
Big job.
Transfer.
Big job. Go ahead.
Mineral field depleted.
Ready to plunder. You ready for war?
Mineral field depleted.
Ready to plunder.
Huh?
You ready for war? Ready to plunder.
Ben, what's going on? Go ahead.
Transformation. Let's get into the fight. Yes, indeed.
Base is under
Ready to
attack.
plunder.
Wait, he is going bio?
Fighter.
Command center upgrade complete.
Fighter fight.
Add-on complete.
No one goes forever.
Give us your best shot.
SCV ready.
Ready to plunder.
Wait, so he made mass Vikings even though he was gonna go Marines the whole time.
What's going on?
Okay.
In the ring.
Ready to plunder.
That's interesting.
Go ahead.
I wouldn't say that that's like typically a normal or great way to play, but
Ready to plunder.
he definitely confused me with his actions. I'll say that much. I don't know why he would build that many Vikings if he was always going to just do a big Marine push. I think Medivacs would have enabled him to at least try and like do a drop or something, but he just gets nothing instead.
Go ahead.
Let's get
Speak up.
ready to plunder.
Command center upgrade complete.
What's our
Base is under attack.
Transformation system.
I'm going.
Let's get into the fight.
SCV ready.
Fight or flight. Yeah, right.
What's going?
lay it on me?
SCV ready.
Ready to roll out.
In the rear.
Base
with the
is
gear.
under attack.
SCV ready.
Give us your best heat.
You ready for war? Ready to plunder.
SCV ready.
No one.
Research complete.
Go ahead.
Let's get into the fight. Inbound. You ready for war?
Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
Made for battle. Transformation systems.
What bio player builds turrets against a mech player? That's weird. This guy's a very strange opponent. That's all I'm gonna say. He's got some eclectic tastes.
Base
He's actually still going for air upgrades too while this is happening. Interesting.
mineral field depleted.
He hasn't really scouted or scanned, but he's got a very, I mean, he's just playing a very
Mineral
interesting
field
way.
depleted.
Big job, huh?
He just keeps setting up all these guys to catch me too, is what it looks like.
Transformation made for battle.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, so it looks like his whole entire strategy is just based around,
In the rear with the gear.
I don't even know. I'm not even sure really.
What's that?
He just likes to move his stuff where I want to go.
Complete.
That's okay. You got to go to the other base you don't know about. Hang on, man. Hang on. What are you doing? You got to get to the other base you don't know anything about.
What's going on?
Yeah, see, now he wants to jump onto that one because he sees the exposure.
Complete.
He's very weird. Like, his whole strategy is just does nothing, then I do something, and then he's just there. He's just ready to go. It's so weird. You sprinting towards this one now? Huh? Huh? Do you know?
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Move it.
Go ahead.
Base is under attack.
Go ahead. What's that?
Command center upgrade.
Ready to blunder. What's going on? Bad news?
Mineral field depleted.
Gotcha. Huh? Huh?
What is he doing? What's his game plan here?
Vespine geyser exhausted.
Roger. In the room. Ready to blunder.
Commands all SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Agreed. Bad news?
Yeah, this guy's got ESPN, so I'm not gonna waste my time anymore. Let's just see if we can do anything at all.
Go ahead.
Made for battle.
Vespine, our SCVs are under attack.
Can't hold them alone.
Oh, he just caught that too. He just went right for it, and he didn't even see it either. Did you guys see that? He just sprinted his whole army for it with no vision. Yeah, I don't like this guy. We don't like this man.
Transformation system fried. Agreed. Victory. Very well.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can do to beat somebody who plays like they have the stream open, so I'm just gonna leave this game. Bit of a waste of time there, sorry. Yeah, I don't know, guys. When people react to stuff that they don't see, there's very little that I can do. There's very little I can do. Let's look at this guy's match history. And he might be a pro gamer smurf too. Looks like he hasn't lost any games ever. Well, seems like it. Yeah, he's got some. There's something weird going on there. There's something weird going on there. Yeah, he went right for the Vikings. Yeah, exactly. He had no vision. He didn't see them. They didn't fly over anything. He F2'd and A-moved his whole army. Yeah, he either has the stream up or he's like a hacker or something. But his account doesn't have any losses on it in 2 years. His last loss was a game on Gigantha 2 years ago. I think that says everything you need to know. I think that says everything you need to know. He's a bit of a freak. Yeah, he's probably got the stream up then, right? That otherwise doesn't really make sense. thought it was possible to view people's clan information. Can you not do that anymore? He's got his own clan. Interesting. I'll just send a report just in case. Is he waiting for me? I don't know. I'm queued up for a game, so if he wants to snipe me, he should just search, but I don't think he is. It doesn't really seem fun to play versus somebody with 100% win rate. So either he's cheating or he's a pro. Either way, I'm just not really interested, you know what I mean? I did queue up though, so it's up to him. Hey Valeris, good morning. Oh, Kura Sushi Bar, I know you're open. You're just not close to me anymore. You're just not close to me anymore. It's Flash, you should be honored. Yeah, exactly. Well, now I know why he had the perfect blind counter up, right? That makes sense now. It all makes sense once you reframe it. I'm sure I'll get a game though, eventually. How are you guys doing though? You got any 4th of July plans today? I'm down to chat about that while we wait for a game. It's so strange though. So strange. Some people are weird. You gonna grill some chicken? Nice. What I'm excited about is getting oh, I got a game. Nice. See, he wasn't trying to snipe me. If he was trying to snipe me, I probably would have gotten matched against him with how long it took for us to find that game. So I don't think that's the case. He might be a map hacker though. I don't know how many people do that anymore though. Last time I checked, it's very expensive and difficult, so I don't think people do that. Maybe he just got lucky. It's a little bit easier and less stressful to just assume that. Maybe gaslighting myself, but it's easier to do that than, you know, whine. Probably just got lucky. He probably just gets lucky in every game he plays because he literally never loses, but hey, we can't all have the bad fortune, right? Some of us have to get lucky. Very fast SCV scout.
What's going on? SCV ready. What's going on? Huh? Go ahead. SCV ready. Huh? In the rear with it. Go ahead. Huh? Bad news. SCV ready. In the rear with it.
Nice try, bro.
In the rear. What's going on? Huh? SCV ready.
Oh yeah, most people that watch me aren't even American anymore, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Americans don't watch StarCraft. I forget about that sometimes. This game is super dead in America. So I guess it's just a normal day for most of you. Nice. Yeah, we're going up to the in-laws for some burgers and hot dogs later. That'll be nice.
Command center upgrade complete.
Katie's family is like super old school, like middle class, like quiet neighborhood, so they don't like fireworks. So we're not gonna. I think we'll be able to get home before it's dark, so we can watch the fireworks over here, which will be nice. I forgot about that, and because they have the nephews over, and everyone there goes to bed earlier, so.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs.
The hot dogs, I'm thinking of I want to do them over the fire. I want to roast them over the fire pit. I want to do the hot dogs on a stick. Like when I was a kid. That's what I do for fun. I think we'll be having burgers and stuff, but I'm gonna assume Kate's dad will probably want to be on the grill. Or my brother-in-law, he'll probably do it. He's a hunter. He lives in North Dakota and shit. He knows how to survive out in the wilderness. He got a really, really nice moose last year.
I'm going in. Fear the Reaper, man. Big jump. Ready to raise some hell. I'm in a heap of trouble. SCV ready. Certainly, fair enough. What's it?
Who is this guy? This guy's going crazy.
Bad news? SCV ready.
Yeah, we got matched against somebody decent. That's nice.
I'm waiting. SCV ready.
Yeah, so we'll probably do hot dogs, burgers. I don't know if they've got steak or whatever. Again, it's, Katie's nephews are in from out of town, so usually the spot, those guys are gonna run around and do their thing, and we're just gonna kind of have a little fun and hang out.
Command center upgrade complete.
No, but Katie's sister and one of her kids are like, they have like the gluten allergy, so they have. I don't think I'll end up doing a ton of cooking because there's gonna be some separation of like what people are eating and whatnot. A lot of them have some pretty rough allergies to stuff. Unlike me, because my caveman Eastern European genes are designed to survive literally anything. So, that's my quirk. That's my quirk. So, I just have incredibly generic dominant genes that make me immune to most BS at the cost of being an extremely generic frame and not having any particular proclivities one way or the other.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Ready to roll out.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Give us your
This guy's crazy.
SCV ready.
You see this guy? He's going berserk.
Command authority.
SCV ready. Go ahead.
He's trying to kill me so fast. That's funny.
SCV ready. Ready to plunder. SCV ready.
fueled up, ready to go.
What's going on?
Since this tank is uncovered, he'll probably just bring his whole army to drop onto that, right? That's what we have to assume, based on the way that he's been playing.
Go ahead. SCV ready. Ready to order. Fight or flight. Train made for battle. Bad news. SCV ready.
Oh, it looks like Katie posted something about the food in the chat, so get defer to her. Hey, oh, he flew right into me. Nice. He flew straight into me. I didn't even see it there, huh? He just flew 2 medevacs right into all my stuff, didn't he? That's beautiful. Let's watch this again in slow motion. I've been on a pretty stringent diet, so I'm not planning on eating a lot. I'd like to probably have one burger, and probably roast a hot dog, and then maybe some s'mores later. Be nice. Yeah, I don't know too much about how much of it is like medically motivated versus non-medically motivated, but a decent amount of it is. You guys will also be very happy to know that the guy that waited for us to queue up that whole entire time while we were in a game, you guys will be very proud to know that he did sign off after he realized he was not going to get a rematch versus us. So shout out to DLPFC. I'm going to assume that he's watching then. I love you, brother. I want you to know that. I appreciate you going out of your way to spend time with me today to help me make content. It's very kind of you. Yeah. I got tons of allergies. I can't speak to any of it. Again, like I said, I'm very blessed. I can eat whatever I want and drink whatever I want, and nothing makes me sick unless it's rotten, so I wouldn't know. I think probably the worst reaction I ever had to something was when 2 of my Lebanese friends made papaya salad for me, which is apparently one of the spiciest things on the face of the earth. I survived, so obviously it wasn't too bad, but I'll tell you what, somebody offers you a homemade family recipe Lebanese papaya salad, you should probably double check that it won't kill you. They told me they made it very light too. They're like, we only used 1/4 of the pepper. We usually use 2 peppers. And I'm like, usually use 2 in this? I'm literally dead. And in other news, it purged my body, so that was, I guess, a side positive. Yeah, papaya salad will absolutely f you up.
SCV ready.
Oh no, they baked a red velvet cake brownie for me after as an apology, which was not necessary, but still nice.
Bad news. In the rear with the gear. Sure thing. SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
He's cheesing me. He's cheesing me, and I don't want to deal with it. No, I don't want to deal with it. No.
Good job, huh? Yeah.
He's a cheesy little freak.
Yep. Go ahead. Bad news. Move it. Go ahead.
Command center upgrade complete.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Huh? What? Got something. What's it worth? Nothing. I'm in the rear with the gear. This better be good. SCV ready. Big jump. Cat from above. What's up? Ah! Go ahead. What's it? By the numbers. SCV ready. Got coming through. You gonna give me orders? SCV ready. I'm the big godson. In the ring, bandit. SCV ready. Yes, indeed. Go, go, go. What's it worth? We could use some help here. It's on now. Hit and run!
Base is under attack.
Get from above. All right, this better be good. Nothing I can't handle. SCV ready. Fair enough. On the way. Yes, indeed. Agreed.
Base is under attack.
We could use some help here. What's going on? He's a Reaper man. Big job, huh? We're through. Oh, yeah. What? You want something? What's it worth? Got something for me to kill. Bet. Go ahead. What's going on? Huh? Big job, huh? You're on the ball. Huh? Go. SCV ready.
I mean, the Reaper killed a lot, so now it just kind of boils down to what does he actually have, I guess, right?
Been waiting on you. SCV ready. Go, go, go. SCV ready.
Base is under attack.
SCV ready.
Base
Oh, I should have
is
left the
under
mines there, huh?
SCV ready.
Incoming orders. Ready for dust off. Wait.
Add-on complete.
We could use some help here.
Standing by.
SCV ready.
We're returning fire. Got freedom.
In the rear.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
In 5 by 5. Attention. Need something liberated? Now what? Picking up or dropping off? All hands to battle station.
SCV ready.
Engine screaming. Inbound.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Life flight's here.
It's gonna be Zealot all in, looks like.
SCV ready.
Where's the emergency?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Ah! You scared me. SCV ready.
He's gonna get a prism in here with a lot of Zealots, is my
Ready
guess.
for pickup? Call the ball.
Huh? In the rear with the gear. Ready to race. SCV ready. Light it up. You want a piece of me, boy?
On my way.
Lots of Zealots.
Screaming.
SCV ready.
Your forces are under attack.
Daylight's burning.
Yeah? I got... Call the ball. Weapons hot.
Was he building cannons?
Research complete. Your forces are under attack.
Receiving.
Bad news. SCV ready.
I got my ears on. Right. Engaging. Engine screaming. Holla back. Receiving. That's
I absolutely do not have to let this man just put a bajillion dudes inside my base and kill me. That's not required, so.
and done. Loud and clear.
SCV ready. Hell back. Coming through.
You're getting messy. I'm gonna enjoy this.
SCV ready.
Base is under attack.
Yeah. He's just got nothing but zealots. They can't go through the wall. Silly goose.
Engaging.
What did he think was gonna happen?
Talk to me. Looking forward to this. SCV ready.
No, that was the night we watched Resident Evil Vendetta. We watched it right when it came out. The first night that it was available to watch. The movie was great. Papaya salad, maybe I don't know, maybe it added 20 years to my life, honestly. I don't even think we know for sure. Probably just purged all the garbage I'd put into my body my whole life out. V for Resident Evil. That's right. That's right. Even Resident Evil gets Vendetta movies, guys. Okay, that's just the way that it goes. It's just the way that it goes. All this guy wanted to do was study turning people into zombies in his free time. That was all he wanted to do. Was Vendetta the one with Chris and the big bad doing gun kata beside some window? Oh yeah, the gun fu. Yeah, where they unload like 200 rounds and don't hit each other once in the whole sequence. Yeah, that's that movie. That's the end of Vendetta. Yeah. Yeah, that meme gets posted. That meme gets posted a lot online. It was incredibly over the top. That's kind of what Resident Evil's all about. Like Resident Evil is all about a very specific type of horror fantasy, where at the beginning you are powerless. That's important. It's important for you to be like stripped down and kind of made to be naked and afraid, sort of, in the beginning of all the games. Like they all throw you into some kind of crazy situation, you know? Like Resident Evil 2 opens up, you know, the remake opens up with you go into the back of a gas station and then there's like 5 zombies on the way out. And technically the only correct way to play that opening is to just run away from all of them, because they're given pretty generous timings on the things that they do, specifically so that, you know, it's not meant to be impossible. It's just meant to make you scared. But then by the end of the game, you get given a rocket launcher to kill the final boss, right? That's what it's all about. Like Resident Evil is all about escalation. It's all about like escalation throughout the process. So when you get to the end of any of the games or the movies, I don't speak for the live action ones, but even in those that I've seen anyway, the end, the final sequence of any of those games is that after surviving all of this BS, you have accrued now an arsenal, basically, and that is what you're going to use to open a can of whoop ass on everybody else. And that's it. That's usually it. You start the game with either a knife or a small crappy 9mm pistol. You end the game with a rocket launcher, some kind of grenade launcher, flamethrower, submachine gun, straight up tactical rifle, what have you. There's a lot of different options, but that's like the whole fun of the game, is that it's like, you know, you can play through this sequence of events where you basically have to power yourself up from being completely worthless and trying to get to that point where you can actually do something.
Command center upgrade complete.
What's going on? In the rear.
Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready. Will do. By the number. Bad news. Go, go, go. What's going on?
Interesting way for him to play, right? He opens with a bunch of lings, opens with speed, it looks like, too.
SCV ready.
Makes me think he's just going to drop a Baneling nest since he was already researching speed and still mining gas. gives me an idea. It's gonna be very dangerous, but I want to get a little
Command
freaky.
center upgrade.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Little FREAKAK, you know.
Give me your big job, huh? SCV ready. Yeah. Move it. Bad news. This better. SCV ready. Go ahead. Ah! You scared me. In the rear. Big job.
But now if he does nothing, then we're fine to just go straight to BCs because we've got a bunch of bunkers.
Armed and SCV ready. By the number. SCV ready. Will do. SCV ready.
Man, this guy just always cheeses me, huh? That's unfortunate. Oh well. Man, why does this guy never want to play with me? I guess I should have salvaged the bunker and then replaced it with another eBay. That's what I wanted to do. I don't know. This guy just always cheeses every game. The Gum Galam, dude. It's the only build he ever does. Just one base all-ins every single game. It's so strange. His win rate is unholy too. He just doesn't lose. Looks like most of his games are about 2 minutes long. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. He might actually be good at the game too, but we'll never know. If he's not going to give us a real game, it's hard to say. We got a rematch, same guy. I hope he got it out of his system. I just want to play a real game. All right, don't waste my time, Gum Galam. No matter how many times you beat me, your MMR is always the same, all right? You're not getting anywhere cheesing people, okay? I think we can all agree. I've been 4,600 MMR for the last year and a half, doing one base all-ins every game. It's time to learn a new build, okay? I believe in you. You can do this. God bless. See, guys, we're hoping for positivity for our opponent. We want him to grow. We want him to be smarter. We want him to be a better player. Why? So that he doesn't waste our time. If he was good enough to beat us in a macro game, he might actually play us in a macro game. You know what I mean? So it's really, really important. It's really, really important to try and get that. In RE3, when Jill pulls out the railgun, yeah. In the original Resident Evil 3, it was much better done. But yeah, obviously, no human could lift something like that on their own, let alone somebody that's been tossed off of a parking garage, punched through several walls, fallen through multiple floors of a burning collapsed building on multiple occasions, actually. Also jumped off of a 7-story burning building. You do all of those things before you get to the end of that game. But we don't. Resident Evil 3 Remake is kind of like the redheaded stepchild of the Resident Evil franchise because it's the only remake that Capcom did not actually make themselves, so they outsourced it. Well, probably because it has a woman lead. In Japan, that's just not a very popular thing, so.
What's going on? Huh? Go ahead.
Command center upgrade complete.
This better be good. What's going on?
Yeah, but the entire Resident Evil 3 remake was completely outsourced to a third-party company that made the whole entire thing. So that's one of the reasons why that game was missing a tremendous amount of content that the original game had, because they were only given a certain budget and scope and had to get it done in a certain time frame, and that was basically it. It's probably the one slip up Capcom's had. And the game itself isn't bad. It's just, if you played the original game, you can see that there's absolutely no trace of the original in it at all, really. There's pretty much nothing from the first game that actually made it into the remake, and that's why fans are very polarized by it. People who want to be nice and give the benefit of the doubt and be you know, like just randomly defend corporations and online chat rooms, those people, they have a million excuses for why it was okay and why it's still a great game. But I don't argue with either of them. I just accept the truth because that's the best way to live life. It's a good game. It's not a good remake of Resident Evil 3, though. Those two statements can both be true. And that does entirely sum up pretty much everything about that game. There's not anything else that needs to be said. It's a decent action game. It's not really a horror game. It's very, very quick to play through if you want to speedrun it or something. Like, you can get through it very fast. But otherwise, it doesn't have any of the original heart, soul, or charm of Resident Evil Nemesis on the PS1.
Add-on complete.
The entire game is about this monster that's been programmed to kill you and your special forces unit that discovered the events of the first game. But in the remake, he does not actually kill anybody on your team. Whereas, like, literally one of the opening cutscenes of the original is your teammate basically being like, hey, we got to get out of here, something's coming after us. And then the monster spears him in the face with a tentacle and just murders him brutally right in front of you. And it's like a really hardcore moment because this was like one of the guys from the first game, and you're like, holy shit, he's just dead, you know? And in the remake, they're like, no, he dies off screen, you don't even see it. He dies to a random zombie off screen, and that's it. So, you know, no matter what excuse you would want to make to say that it was acceptable for them to put the game out like that, we can just be adults and all agree that regardless of whether or not you like the game, clearly, it very clearly does not attempt to recreate any of the most memorable moments. In the original game, you have to go through like this area which is like a public park. So you have to go through like Raccoon City Park in Midtown, and there's this like giant worm guy that comes out of the ground. There's a bunch of like different types of enemies because you're in like this kind of amphibious environment, and there's a really interesting boss fight against a giant tentacle monster that you have to use like a downed electrical pole to just basically shock the water that he's hiding in and fry him to death. And it's like a pretty interesting whole thing. Now, none of that is in the game. That whole entire area completely removed. At no point do you run into that character. At no point do you run into that boss. That boss isn't even hinted at in the remake. They don't even make a joke about the boss existing previously in the remake. So this guy loves his fast wins. Goes for the muta rush there because I played safe. All right, well, we'll just keep it rolling. The funny thing is, he's way higher MMR than me, so I'm only losing like 6 points. But if I beat him once, I'll get like 34, so we'll just keep going. If Gumgalam wants to speedrun, that's fine. I'm sure he'll get bored eventually. Yeah, but the game's very incomplete. The park is considered one of the most iconic areas. There's also a factory where they were like experimenting on people that you go through. It's called the Dead Factory. It's one of the final areas in Resident Evil 3 that directly leads into the final confrontation. They completely scrapped the Dead Factory from the game. Instead, they reused assets from Resident Evil 2's Nest Lab and just literally called it Nest 2. Could you imagine working in an underground lab in a facility, like under a city, and you're just like, oh yeah, this is just the second one. It doesn't even have its own name. Meanwhile, they've got like 10 tyrants in there and tubes that you see and stuff, and it's like, nah, there's no reason for this place to have any special designation, or for it to look visually discernible from any of the other underground labs that we have. But we're gonna pretend that this is like a full final area of the game, even though there's only like 4 rooms. Nah, they kind of dropped the ball. And the biggest one that drives people absolutely crazy is that the most iconic set of the entire game, like literally the biggest set piece of the whole Resident Evil 3, is the clock tower. The entire early game is completely focused on gathering resources to power up a rundown train and repair it so that you can take it to the clock tower so that a helicopter can rendezvous and pick you up off the roof. And it ends with Nemesis shooting a rocket launcher to blow that helicopter up. And yeah, and then you have to fight him, then you get infected, and there's like a whole entire like myriad of puzzles that you have to go through in this area, and they just cut all of it out. They cut the whole entire thing. Literally the whole entire clock tower section just completely removed from the game. And it is without a doubt many people's favorite part of the original. It is my favorite part of the original Resident Evil 3. Because it's like, the other thing was, it wasn't just a set piece. It's like a dynamic environment. There are multiple rooms in the clock tower with different types of enemies and different puzzles, but you can, there's like in the original game, you can actually find like one of the mercenary guys that gets dropped into the city to save civilians. You actually find him huddled over somebody else's body with like a note about how they were going to get this person out. And it's like a kind of, it gives you like this look into, okay, well, yeah, these guys were hired to clean up Umbrella's mess, but this guy wrote a whole diary entry about how they've been holding out in this hallway for like 2 days trying to find a way and just not being able to do it. And you're like, damn, you know, it adds some weight to what happens in the game. And they just completely cut all of it. None of it's there. None of it at all. The closest thing that you get in the remake to that is one segment of the game where you walk past a cop car that is comically large because for some reason they just didn't scale the model, and they put a car that you'd have to be like 8 foot tall to drive. And if you walk past this particular car in one very limited scripted sequence where you don't get to go back to this area behind the RPD, you can hear radio chatter if you walk up to the car about somebody holed up in a business with survivors trying to get out or trying to survive, whatever. And that's it. And that is one of the easiest things to miss as well in the whole game too. So that's where it's like, eh. I've beaten Resident Evil 3 Remake maybe like 3 or 4 times. Again, it's not a bad game. It's just not a finished game. That's all. It was very clearly not made by the same people that made all of the other Resident Evil games, because it wasn't. So you know, only so much you can do about that though.
Ready. Go ahead. Big job. In the rear with the gear.
And I think that people would have been okay with them saying that they couldn't fit it all if they hadn't cut everything. I think that's really what killed it for people. Because it was a lot more than, it was a lot more.
Now what? Loud and clear.
It was a lot more than just that, right? They didn't just cut the clock tower. They didn't just cut Brad's death. They cut the clock tower and Brad's death and the park and the undead factory and Nemesis's third form. The big bad, his final form was also cut from the game. They just turn him into a dog halfway through and that's it. Then you just have a dog enemy for the game. I'm not exaggerating. He doesn't even turn into a dog in the original. You melt him with acid in a garbage disposal room in one of the sickest boss fights of any game I've ever played. And then he turns into a blob monster. So when I tell you, it's like, it's just sad how much they cut out.
On my way. Life flight's here. Where's the... Waiting on you. Life flight's here. Will do. Waiting on you.
Ready.
In.
Your forces
So stuff
are
like
under
that,
attack.
it kind of sucks, but what can you do, right?
Waiting on you.
Patient screaming.
I think the biggest mistake that they made, though, is not even any of those things, but it's the fact that when fans complained about it and asked if they would update the game or try to put any of the deleted content back into it, they were just like, nah. They were just like, nah,
Ready for
we're not updating this. They just said they were done with it. They're like, the whole game's completely done. That was what they said. So a lot of people were pissed off from that because they released DLC for every other game. They even released bonus missions for Resident Evil 2 Remake. Now, I want you to imagine that you get a game that has a full costume menu, and the only costume in there is a pre-order one because they never actually added anything you could unlock. That's what happened. They never actually added the ability for you to unlock any outfits or cosmetics in the whole game, despite having an entire menu tab in the game dedicated to it. So they just cut everything. They just cut everything imaginable. That's what really was a buzzkill for so many.
Picking up or dropping off?
SCV ready.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Your forces are under attack.
Bad news. SCV ready. SCV ready. Roger.
Call the...
Now he did have a pylon that I killed, so he knows about the banshees.
Ready.
Engine screaming. Turbines to full. Engaging. Right.
SCV ready.
Upgrade complete.
In the rear with the gear. Go ahead. SCV ready.
Roger that.
SCV ready.
Engine screaming. I got... Receiving. Yeah?
SCV ready.
Yeah? Yeah? Done and done.
Research.
Engine screaming.
Huh?
Receiving.
SCV ready.
I got my ears on.
Add-on.
Engine screaming.
SCV ready.
That's fine. Roger that. They ain't getting
SCV.
Mayday! Mayday! Turbines to full. Weapons hot. Inbound. Loud and clear. Mayday! Mayday! Fine. This could get messy. Yeah? Call the ball. I got this. Receiving. Can do.
In. Bad news.
Loud and clear. That's fine. Target acquired. Roger that.
SCV ready.
Base is under attack.
Engine screaming. Call the ball.
Upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Mayday!
Field
Mayday!
depleted.
Good job.
Engine screaming.
SCV ready.
Weapons hot. Confirmed.
We have you on screen. Course set.
I got my ears on.
Command center upgrade complete.
It's your time.
We read you.
SCV ready.
Command center upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Yeah? That's fine. No problem. Can do. Inbound.
Yeah, he had nothing for the lib range.
Done and done. I got this.
Thing is, if they want to go mass stalker and not build Stargate, then you just built liberators with range. I wanted to go directly into battle cruisers. I won't lie. That's like the greedy, the old me would have done that. You know, when I think about that dog in me, he wanted to go BCs. But I had to say, you know, look, I'll give you a Scooby snack later if we just get this dub right now. So he kind of was willing to do that. So that helped. Yeah, Banshees actually don't operate the same as the other units with that hold position trick I was talking about. They still spread even on hold position with targets in range. So that's interesting. When they're retargeting, they seem to be okay. Holding it down doesn't do anything though, which is interesting. So the best way to micro the Banshees, you gotta just hold position and right click occasionally. You gotta time it with the attacks though, because you can cancel the attack animation. See?
I got this. That's fine. Can do. Confirmed. Inbound. Engaging. Loud and clear. Weapons hot. Turbines to full. Done and
All because that cannon got denied, by the way. Opened everything up in big way. Didn't even need the cruisers. I know. It's really sad we didn't get the disposal room fight with Nemesis. Yeah, in the remake, they have like a room where you wash him with acid to kill him, but it's not the same. It's like an arena fight where he's running along the walls. That's the problem with turning the enemy into a dog that can run 100 miles an hour. You know, that's the problem, is you lose the ability to put the main character in a room where they can 1v1 them. Right? So in the original game, like as you damage him, like you do like in Resident Evil lore, the suits that they put those big guys in are also designed to physically restrict them. Like it's canon that if you wrap somebody who's infected with one of these viruses like very tightly in like whatever, that it kind of stops them, but their bodies will continue to just grow typically uninhibited unless you restrain them. But it doesn't take like too much to restrain them. Like Mr. X in the trench coat, he doesn't transform until you blow him up, basically, because the giant heavy bulletproof jacket that he's wearing is also like constraining his body from growing to fill the space that it can, because he's stuck in that suit, basically. That's how they explain it lore wise. So the entire point is that you eventually get the ability to blow them up, even, you know, and then that kind of unleashes them, and then they transform. But I think in Resident Evil Nemesis, it's like one cutscene where he like dives at you, he like falls into water, and your character makes some horrible joke about how he can't swim or something, and then he just comes out as a dog, and you're like, wow, really? So that's it. So, and he at no point in the original game is he just a straight up dog. So it's yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot to say in defense of it. In Resident Evil 3 Remake, I will say you can unlock a lot of things. The harder difficulties are a lot more fun to play, in my opinion, and you can get a lightsaber. You can get all sorts of weird weapon unlockables, so that's kind of cool. But as far as being a remake of Resident Evil Nemesis that released in, 1999? As far as that goes, it misses the mark big time.
Bad news? Go ahead. SCV ready.
Otherwise, a fun game. And again, I've played it a bunch. The mechanics in it are really, really good. But it just feels like a game that was used to test stuff for their other games more than it was like its own actual standalone game. They released a multiplayer game with Resident Evil 3 Remake, so if you bought it, like you got this multiplayer Resident Evil game. But the problem was that was also outsourced to a third-party company that does not maintain it unless they're paid to. So they literally just stopped updating it one day because they're like, yeah, Capcom just told us there's no more budget for this. And that's it. And then a whole game just died overnight. It's fascinating. So they were like, yeah, it's okay that the remake is really short. We gave everybody a multiplayer game with it. And then the multiplayer game died in 2 months because they had no anti-cheat, no servers, and you could use any regular trainer for Resident Evil 2 on that game and it still worked. So you could just turn yourself to infinite health and just ruin people's days. So the game was really good, but the fact that they just did not do anything at all to support it led to its inevitable shutdown, because they're like, well, you see, people aren't playing this game and they're not very interested in it, and that means that it's bad, and that means that we need to cut budget for it because it's a waste of money to invest in. But like the entire problem was created by them. Resident Evil Resistance, if that was a game made by Capcom, would probably have been really good. I would have loved to play the version of that game that was made by their A team, because it probably would have been awesome. But they were already working on Resident Evil Village at that time, and then Resident Evil 4 as well, because they shared a lot of assets between 4 and Village. So it's like, You gotta take what you can get, you know? If they put that time into RE3, then RE4 Remake's probably not out yet. We probably would be getting the Village DLC this year instead. So you do what you can, but that's about it.
What? You want something? SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Systems go. Cyclone.
SCV ready. Got something for me to kill. Whole lot of pain. Be ready. Turn up the heat. SCV ready.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Ah! What's going on? SCV ready.
In gear.
Bad news?
What I need to do is just build the third CC with
Command
this.
center upgrade complete.
Cyclone.
Big job. Huh?
Should fill in most of the holes in this build anyway.
Comms open.
SCV ready.
But yeah, that multiplayer game could have been great. It could have been fantastic. It was really good. It was really good. Katie and I played hundreds of hours of that during the pandemic. Hundreds of hours.
SCV ready.
Absolutely loved it.
Add-on complete.
It's one of the coolest game concepts I think I've seen. And the only reason it got shut down is because they literally just didn't want to pay the company that they outsourced to make it to continue to update it. I wouldn't speak so harshly of Capcom about this issue if it wasn't for the fact that that game was actually really could have been so good. Can't really state enough how much of a dropped ball that was. I hope every day that they decide to revisit that. I'm mutuals with some of the developers of it on Twitter and stuff, and they were always like, yeah, you know, we're a third-party company. We don't even own the license to the game, so we're not even allowed to do anything unless we get the green light. So they're getting paid to make a Silent Hill remake, by the way. That's the same company. So that's why.
Engineering at your scanning back. Combat awaiting state.
Big job. SCV ready.
Command center.
SCV ready.
Scanning awaiting.
This ought to be good.
Used up, ready to go.
Ready for service.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Job confirmed.
Psych channels clear. I like it.
State your request.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Scanning back.
SCV ready.
Can't hold them alone.
SCV ready.
Ready for war, ready to plunder. No one holds forever.
SCV ready.
State.
SCV ready. What's in the rear with
Engineer combat.
SCV ready.
Fighter, let's go.
SCV ready.
Used up, ready to go.
Ready to plunder. Ready to plunder.
Our SCVs are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
All right, boys. Looks like we're dead. GG. What was the last one before Resistance? I think it kind of depends on the way that you look at it, but I would say they put multiplayer into a lot of their games. Resident Evil Resistance was obviously the one we're talking about, but before that, I think Revelations 2 was co-op, but also had like a raid mode. So you could team up with other people and do like single player missions in co-op, but you could only do it in the online mode. Like the game itself didn't really have like a super dedicated offline co-op. And Resident Evil Revelations 1 also had raid mode as well. So I think you could play that with other people. It might have been single player in that one. But pretty much all the games to some degree have some level of like either gimmick mode thrown in like that. Obviously 5 and 6 have Mercenaries. There was a Mercenaries 3DS game. But I don't think that they've actually tried to run a mainstream first party online service like that before. Yeah, I think raid mode in Revelations 1 might have been single player. I'm not really sure. Resident Evil Revelations is a weird game because you start the game with a partner and the partner is with you most of the game, and in almost every segment of the game you have another person with you, or you split up occasionally, but there is zero co-op in it, which doesn't really make sense. And then in Resident Evil Revelations 2, you literally spend the whole entire game with a partner through every sequence of the game, and the game has there's no multiplayer other than, because people complained enough, they added local like couch co-op for the second character. But they never implemented any system to like host it and play it online or on 2 computers or anything. They just didn't care at all. Even though, again, the entirety of Revelations is a 2-player game. You literally play through as both characters the whole way. And at no point are you alone for more than like any segment other than when you're split up. And you can still see both characters' screens in those segments as well. So it's like a very head-scratching kind of like, why do people even do this, you know? What is the point? Nintendo DS have multiplayer capability. Well, Revelations did not release on the Nintendo DS. Resident Evil Revelations was originally released in the Nintendo 3DS, which did have multiplayer capabilities. But the original Nintendo DS also had multiplayer capabilities. Case in point, there is a multiplayer version of Resident Evil 1 that exists. It's out there. If you look up Resident Evil Deadly Silence for the Nintendo DS, it has a cooperative mode where you basically have a timer to reach an objective, and you can play with up to 4 people locally. So you can play the original Resident Evil game in the mansion in a local kind of remixed mode. That's what they do for that.
Our SCVs are under attack.
I love TVT.
What's going on?
Nothing better than Reapers, right? I think Katie came in here, but she didn't say anything, so I don't know what's going on. What time is it? Do we have to go? No. I think I can play another hour. She always does that. She like walks up behind me and she's really quiet. Like I'm just kind of saying something, so I don't know if she's trying to give me something or if she's just watching. Sometimes I think she's just watching, so I never really am sure.
Comms open. Optics online. Let's go kill something. You got coordinates? Ready? In gear. Moving into position. Inside of channels clear, boss. Target locked. I get ya. Show me who you want to die. Say good night.
I'll take that.
What's going on?
Got a target in mind. Cyclone on.
In the rear with the gear.
Now I made a joke about having a beer on stream today, and I think she took it really seriously, but I'm like, I don't really want to drink. It's gonna be hard enough making up excuses to not drink with everybody else later today, you know? I'm trying to reduce it as much as I can.
Add-on complete.
Roger.
Command center upgrade
SCV ready. Bad news.
This ought to be good. Comms open. This ought to be good.
Let's see what we've got.
Gen comms
Got
open.
anything out front here?
Line.
SCV ready. Big job. What's going on?
Command center upgrade complete.
Got a target in mind.
Have a great stream.
You got
Okay, Kate.
coordinates or what?
Thanks.
SCV ready.
Oh, I see. See, that's the first time I'm hearing about that today from you. So that's why I'm like, that's why I was confused. Now everybody knows.
Ready to blunder.
SCV ready.
You got
All right, so we got the second factory up. It is difficult to like make this transition around from this early to mid game. That's still the biggest thing I'm getting used to. A lot of people just kind of pop me when I try to go out and get that third base.
cyclone receiver.
Siege tanks are not very good at covering the huge amounts of area on these maps.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Ready to blunder.
SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
All right.
Cyclone receiver. You got cool channels clear,
SCV
boss.
ready.
Cyclone en route. Moving into position.
SCV ready. Need something, blow.
Ready to blunder.
SCV ready.
Certainly.
SCV ready.
Oh, I'll get there.
Going. SCV ready.
It's on fighter flight.
SCV ready.
All right. First forever. Let's get into the fight.
SCV ready.
Yes, indeed.
SCV ready to roll out. In the rear. Go ahead.
Can't hold them alone.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Let's go.
Cyclone receiver.
Ah! SCV ready.
I get ya. Show me how you want
SCV ready.
Can't hold them alone.
Mineral field depleted.
It's ought to be good.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
Nice.
Bad news. Go ahead. SCV ready.
No, I thought about having one earlier, but it's like, you know, we're already on like the last hour, so.
SCV ready. What's our... Go ahead. SCV ready.
There you go, GG, baby. Are you getting rain over in Rhode Island? Nice dub there. Like seeing the scan and then the scan just makes him completely give up. Crunch Jam and sent me some timestamps. What a god. Excellent. Totally crushed it. Well, I don't like language there, Martin. Phrasing. Watch your phrasing, bro. Gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself.
SCV ready. Huh? I'm going. Yeah, yeah. Bad news. SCV ready. Ah! Big jump. Go ahead. Ah! You scared me. SCV ready. In the ring. Go. Bad news. Big job. Huh? Let's go. SCV ready. In the rear. Huh? SCV ready. Bad news. Ah. Ah! SCV ready. Bad news. Ah! Huh? Yeah, yeah. SCV ready. What's going on? It's your time. In the rear with the gear.
Am I still in LA? No, I left Los Angeles like 4 years ago, bro.
Big job.
I haven't been there in forever.
Yo.
No, we're going up to the in-laws for the day.
Command
We're going
center
up to
upgrade.
Katie's parents in like an hour.
Reaper has arrived.
We're gonna be chilling up there, make some burgers,
Got something for me to kill.
hot dogs, all that jazz.
I'm going. SCV ready. Let's do this. Go ahead. What's going on? Yeah. I'm listening.
It's the game plan anyway.
Ready?
I'm up in Northwest Washington,
Yeah.
by Seattle.
What's going on? I'm the Grim Reaper has arrived. SCV ready. Yep. What? I'm listening. Big job. What? SCV ready. On the way. Agree. Death from above. Yes, and what? You want something? Ready to ring where? Ready. Death got something for me to kill.
Oh, he sent another probe?
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Interesting.
What's going on? SCV ready. SCV ready. Fair enough. Where's Screw? SCV ready. I'm going. On the way. All right. Yes, indeed. That's all. Get in. I'm listening. Where's Screw? What? You want something?
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Ready for dust off. Where's the emergency?
Bad news?
Now, talk to me.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Add-on
Go, go, go. Arm.
Picking up or dropping off?
What's going on?
Talk. Wait. Talk to me. Confirmed.
SCV ready.
Now what?
SCV ready.
Life flight's here.
Big job. SCV ready.
Oh, there it is. Well, GG. He had the blink stalker all in. He just had a warp prism with like 15 stalkers in my base. Let's go next. That's cool though. That's cool. Thunderstorms sound nice though. I would take that over the heat. It's going to be hot today. It's going to be very hot today. I think it's supposed to get up to all right, we got a Zerg player now. Yeah, it's supposed to get toasty today. It's supposed to get toasty.
Let's go. Ah! What's that? Huh? SCV ready. Move it. It's your dime. Ah! In the rear. Let's go. SCV ready. Ah! What's going on? Huh? Bad news? Ah! Big job, huh? SCV ready. Here. Ah! Bad news? Huh? In the rear with SCV ready. Huh?
You only have to tie everything in. The gift that keeps on giving, huh? That HVAC, though. I hope you're able to slay the beast plague. I hope you're able to finally conquer that mountain. You base god, you.
Ah! You scared me. SCV ready. Bad news? Big job.
I'm just hoping I get to see some nice fireworks tonight.
Bad news. In the rear. SCV ready. Yeah. Let's go. Ah! You scared me. Bad news. Huh? What? Ah! You scared me. Gotcha. Let's go. Huh? Go ahead. Well now. Go. What's going?
Our SCVs are under attack.
As the drone pull on the workers, okay.
That's fine. Sure. SCV ready. Yep. Go ahead. Bad news? Huh? SCV ready. SCV ready. Gangway coming through. Huh? What's going on? SCV ready. Big job, huh?
Command center.
SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready. Huh? I'm going.
We got hit with, what was it, like a one base Baneling bust, I think, the last guy that we played versus Zerg. So hopefully we can get a little bit more of an interesting game this time around. I think all the Zergs we played against today have been very cheesy, right? Lots of early aggression from the Zerg players.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Time to connect wiring and copper and duct. Nice.
SCV ready.
Wishing you all the best with that Plague-oo.
job.
Got no.
Ready to plunder. Bad news? Huh? SCV ready. SCV ready. Been waiting on you. You gonna get the orders? Sure. SCV ready. We could use some help here. Big job. SCV ready. Orders.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Have a nice night, Valeris. Thanks for hanging out as always, man. Love ya.
SCV ready.
Liberation.
Add-on complete. Research complete.
SCV ready.
Ready to roll out. Got no patience for sitting around.
What's going on? Go ahead. SCV ready.
Need some.
Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, whatever.
Attention. Initiating.
Ah! Big job.
We have you on screen. Reporting.
SCV ready. Huh? Roger. SCV ready.
How can we incoming order?
SCV ready.
Upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Moving into standing by.
Man, he's ready. Look at his guys all set up there already, too. That's crazy.
SCV ready.
Did I give away those liberators on accident? Did he see them?
Yes. Ah, Commander.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Full speed. We read you.
SCV ready.
Incoming orders.
SCV ready.
We're returning fire.
Yep. SCV ready.
Moving into position.
SCV ready.
Course set.
Research complete. Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready.
Need something liberated? As you reporting for action. Perfect. Of course.
Armed and ready.
All hands to battle stations. We read you.
Add-on complete.
Full speed.
SCV ready. Will do.
Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted.
Need something blown up.
Need.
Ah! You scared me. Ben, huh? What's going on? Go, go, go! Kaboom, baby!
Research.
All hands to battle stations.
Go ahead. Been waiting on what's up.
Need something liberated?
Gangway, coming through.
Incoming orders. Initiating.
Ready for dust-off.
Armed and ready.
Ready to roll out. Lay it on me.
You want a piece of me, boy? Got it.
Now what?
Say them. Who won? Don't been waiting. You gangway, coming through. Go, go, go!
freedom?
Who wants some?
All hands to battle stations.
This better be good.
Need something liberated?
You gonna give me orders? You gonna got 'em. By the numbers. Who wants? By the numbers. Anyway.
Add-on complete. Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted.
Gotcha. Go ahead. Who wants some?
Base is under attack.
By the numbers, boy.
Life flight's here.
Go, go, go.
Base is under attack.
Some help here. Orders? Of course. That's this better be good. Gateway, coming through. I'm on it. Sure thing. Aye, aye.
Liberation is a task.
Heck,
Who wants some? Let's have a blast. It's go time. Big job.
Mineral field depleted.
Been waiting on you. Armed and
We're
ready.
returning fire! All hands to battle stations.
Go, go, go. Go ahead. Oh, it's on.
Add-on complete.
You gonna give me order?
now what?
In the ring. What's going on? We could use some help here.
Go ahead.
Gangway, come on.
Add-on complete.
This better be good. You gonna give me order?
Base is under attack.
Give us something.
Ready for dust-off.
You want a piece, boy? We could use some help here.
Mineral field depleted.
It's your dime.
Command
Liberation.
Ghost reporting. Gangway, coming through.
ETA.
mineral field.
Boom, baby! Go ahead. Ghost reporting. Go, go, go! Show me. SCV ready. SCV ready. Ghost reporting. We could use some help here. Ghost reporting. SCV ready. In the rear with it. Now with it, boy. Boy. I'm on it. Who wants some? Go, go, go. Ghost reporting. You gonna give me order?
What's that?
Command center upgrade complete.
Ready for dust-off.
In the rear with it. Go, go, go. Go on.
Going.
This better be. Ghost reporting. SCV ready. So
Mineral field depleted.
Roger.
Upgrade complete.
Ghost reporting. Go. Out with it.
Mineral field depleted.
Out with it.
Mineral
Liberation.
mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Out with it.
Mineral field depleted.
Get to us.
Got him. Bullet train derailed. Beautiful. How you like that, huh? How you like that little bio action?
Mineral field
Little bio action
depleted.
for you here. Little 4th of July present for me to you.
Vespene geyser exhausted.
Solo operative. Go. Out with it.
Ghosts are fun.
Yes.
Vespene geyser exhausted.
Getting the Liberators sieged up on the outside base is the play too. GG. Yeah, that was a great game. I think that's a good one to end on. I think we'll wrap up there. Thank you, Bullet Train, for being a fantastic final opponent of the day. That was a good match. That was a good match. Hard fought dub. Hard fought W right there. Make it look easy. Sometimes just doing everything I can. Just doing everything I can, you know. He didn't have any banelings. It seemed like he was just expecting mostly Marines. So when I rolled up with like, I think I had maybe 20 ghosts, all the Ultralisks just died instantly. So that was awesome. You're embarrassed it's taking so long, but there's 100 little inconveniences. Well, I think that's just because you're taking it really seriously, right? Especially since it's for you. I'm sure someone who didn't care could probably cut a corner or two to get it done faster, but that's not how you really roll, is it? I have respect for that. I have respect for that. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I really appreciate it. I'm going to make some highlights out of this, put them up as shorts throughout the course of the day and the week. So I think we had some good games today. Nice little 4-hour broadcast. We don't have to go too far to the point where we get tired or exhausted or anything. So I'll be back on Twitch tomorrow, and make sure you have a great rest of your day. And for everybody celebrating, happy 4th of July. Love you guys. Peace out.